Okay, I'm here. I return to continue this journey, which I'm not trying to insinuate anything when I say this, but this might just be the longest journey of our lives. But it might be also appropriate to mention that this journey, which may be the longest, as we may have known, may also be headed for its conclusion. It also needs to be visible. Okay, there we go. Alright, we return to the middle of a quest to not just to advance and explore the world, but also to deal with tangled controller wires. It's all in a day's work, really. Also might be a quest to try and recap exactly what's happening in this, because I don't remember exactly where we left off. I think we're in the future world. Well, both worlds are the future worlds, technically, since they both share the same time period, but I think you know which one I mean. When you consider what each one of them looks like. Also, I am now tentatively... Okay, here we go. Yes, we are.
Hey, Sissy. No worries. Can we meet?
Oh my.
So, absolutely. Should I come by the campaign office?
Let's meet somewhere else. I'm by the river, right next to the memorial fountain in Prista Viste.
Yeah? Sure. When? Now?
Whenever you're available. I'll be there.
Alright, see you soon.
Alrighty then, so... I immediately lost my train of thought once again, though. Alright, so since I changed to a slightly more heavy-duty, I suppose, encoding setting after my stealth stream from a couple days ago, I'm actually apparently streaming at a higher bitrate now, which was kind of my goal the whole time. Considering that I'm not actually locally recording this particular stream for the same reason, but I was kind of curious with this game, which isn't exactly the most smooth optimized game to run on all systems, how it was gonna handle that. And I do see a frame drop here and there, but it looks like it's fine for the most part, so you know what, I can live with that. So anyway, let's see, we need to meet this campaign guy by the Collapse Memorial, which I think is over there, down there, but because we're kind of in media res with what happened last time, and for one reason or another, I'm actually not sure
There's been more
exactly why. Oh,
I shouldn't get involved.
so I guess the game with that unwitting selection or inspection of a background thing might have actually answered my question without me really seeking to do that. Seem to be closing down a bunch of these roads, I was gonna say for no reason, but I guess because of the, you know, I'm kind of loath to talk about it at this point, but the approaching election that's going on in this game world between these two things that might be reminiscent of something else. Guess it's just paranoia. Also, I completely forgot how I came up here in the first place, because the way down to where she lives is like over there, but that's blocked off, so... I'm pretty sure that that passageway there doesn't lead to the area below. So I guess we need to go this way. But it's kind of interesting, because if I recall, this whole well, this whole kind of cyberpunkish environment that they have for this part of the game, these parts I guess, since you've seen a bunch of times, is aesthetically kind of in line, and just in most aspects kind of in line with some parts of the, you know, dismal cyberpunk-ish environments you saw in the first game, The Longest Journey. Well, here we are. But you also saw like another more aesthetically, typically lavish part of the world that corresponded to the absurdly wealthy classes. So is this gonna trigger automatically? I guess not. Or will it? That was a lot more sleek, and I guess you would, in present day terms, I guess, compared to something that Apple designs, for the sake of argument. But if I recall, you don't really see a lot of that in this game, if at all. It all kind of limits itself to the...
Not like himself at all.
the slum part of the whole thing. Well, let's go talk to this guy, see what he's... what's eating him.
Thanks for coming, Sissy.
Of course. What's up?
I found something. A discrepancy pointing to our campaign, to unity, to Leia Uminska.
What sort of discrepancy?
This is why I wanted to meet you outside. I don't know if they have the office under surveillance, if they're monitoring my iris or my wire access.
Seriously? What's going on?
I don't know yet, but I need to find out. My contact at Bokamba Mesa came across transactions between the Syndicate and Unity. There's money being funneled into our campaign from places money shouldn't be coming from. Corporate money. It could be just a misunderstanding. There might be a good explanation for it, but it could also be serious. It could be serious. So I need to dig deeper. The trouble is, I don't know if they're watching me. I can't risk it. I wouldn't be asking if it wasn't important, Sissy.
Look, if Leia Uminska is taking bribes, or worse, I want to know. So, what is it you need me to do?
Access Unity servers and download the data.
How exactly am I going to do that? Just log in with my iris and wire ID?
The eye would be onto you in minutes, Sissy. No. You'll need a rogue data sniffer and a government-grade Black Mask protocol. And you'll need to use multiple accounts and access points to transfer all the data. Stay logged in for too long in one location, they could pin you down. Look, I completely understand if you say no. It is illegal, and it can get us both into a lot of trouble.
No way, we got a choice.
I understand
I don't know.
this is important, but I'm worried about the repercussions. I got in trouble the last time I tried to uncover a corporate conspiracy. I don't want to end up in another syndicate interrogation room.
Yeah, it was only right at the beginning, though. I mean, you pretty much kept going, and you did pretty much fine after that point. Well, until somebody who was kind of tangentially related to that conspiracy, and who was also your mother, put you in a coma, but hey, that's bygone, right?
I do have reservations, but I don't want to work for a crooked campaign. If something's going on, we need to find out.
What if we pick
I don't
uncertainty?
have all the information yet. Where did Baruti learn about this? Why was he digging into the campaign finances?
Also, is that hair, or what is that?
How did you come across
That's
this
what I want to know.
information?
My contact at Bokamba Mesa has access to syndicate data streams. I asked him to keep an eye out for certain keywords and names. It's a bit ironic in hindsight, but I've been looking for any piece of dirt I could find on Constantine Wolf and European Dawn. Last week, my contact got in touch. He'd found something odd. Large donations to a political non-profit in Europolis. I told him to put a trace on it. Yesterday, he messaged me again to tell me he was out. He discovered a link, but it wasn't what any of us expected. There were records of a series of encrypted transactions between the Syndicate and Unity, and Uminska. My contact was worried about the implications. He wanted nothing to do with it, which is understandable. He did provide me with enough information to get started. Network addresses, logins. If we can grab the data, I can analyze it, find the evidence I need to do whatever comes next. Hopefully evidence of no wrongdoing. Maybe someone's trying to falsely implicate Unity. It wouldn't be the first time. I can't believe Uminska would take corporate payoffs. I mean, not her. I trusted her. Completely.
So, you know, when someone has a private email server, but alright, we'll look into this.
I'll do it. Where do I begin?
Before he jumped ship, my contact made an anonymous drop with all the information we need. I can't risk transmitting it to you, even locally, in case they're monitoring my iris. I've put everything on this crypto coin. Wire addresses, shadow accounts. Use this to transfer the data back to me after you're done. Now, before you get started, you'll need a rogue data sniffer and a black mask protocol. You know just the right person for that.
I do?
Pandemonium.
Oh, I guess I do.
While you're acquiring the data, I'll go to the office to join a remote campaign meeting. If they're somehow alerted to the intrusion, I'll have an alibi. We'll have time to pull out and cover our tracks.
Cover our tracks? Jesus, this is really happening.
It's happening. I'll contact you later and let you know where to meet me.
I don't know how long it'll take, but I'll do my best.
It's happening, you say. It's oddly appropriate for this, but alright. So it's time to do some lead hacking to find out exactly what's going on. Well, stop to look at the dream junkies too. Seems kind of well dressed for someone who's just lying in the streets.
I know dream machines are supposed to be safe after that whole plot to control humanity was exposed, but looking at those dream junkies, I'm not so sure.
Can we poke him?
I think just disconnecting them from the dream machine could be dangerous, and I'd probably get beaten up for trying to help.
Can we speak to him? No, apparently he just mumbles.
I need reality. I have everything I need in here. In dream time.
Yes, that's what you would say if you were in that situation. I believe it. What about this guy? You know, these police, private security, I don't know what they are, dudes, kind of look like they have the Santaran armor from the new series of Doctor Who, but I don't know. I'm actually trying to remember exactly what that looked like in the old series. It's the same kind of basic shape. It's got the kind of stout stature going on, and then the domed helmet with the... Well, I mean, the Santarans have these two eye slits, and that's pretty much what they have, but I guess that doesn't quite transfer over to this design.
They're shutting down entire streets now.
Yes, I think we've had time to notice that, so... So, how far away is this, and what are we witnessing here? The pickpocket.
A dragonfly. That girl must be one of Hannah's gang.
Okay, I guess we're going to be chasing after this person now, never mind. Well, we're right here, but... Guess that's the only route we can follow from... from A to B. Well, alright. So apparently they're down in the vents. Don't think we can do the same though, yeah. Need a tool to actually be able to do that with. Can't really do it with our bare hands.
There's a lock. I think I need the right tool to open this.
Yeah, I think even if there wasn't a lock, I don't know if you can easily lift something like that. Just find a grip. But they're right next to these mystery towers.
No steam coming out of this vent.
There's no steam coming out of this vent. Why would he do that? He's like a tourist map.
It's quiet. I don't hear anything.
Sure, I'm gonna give you a... Like you just said, why would a tourist map give you a map of something that's part of the infrastructure that doesn't necessarily concern anyone but like engineering types?
It's cool to the touch. Maybe Crowboy can give me a layout of all the towers in Propast.
Yeah, I get it. Look, we're not gonna do that right now, I don't think. Even though it's right there. I'm gonna conspicuously avoid that. And go here instead.
How do
you feel about your current insurance plan?
I've warned you time and again not to
On a scale from 0 to 10, how satisfied are you with your insurance premium?
activate parameter defenses.
You answered 0. I'm going to go ahead and offer you an incredibly good deal on workplace insurance for the low price of 20.
Activate defenses. Fry that mother-chuding rust bucket.
Thank you for accepting this very generous offer for a lifetime workplace insurance package. Please repeat your full name to digitally sign the agreement with Original Consumer Goods and to begin enjoying your new insurance.
Activate defenses now. Activate. Activate.
Thank you for digitally signing your new lifetime insurance package. All sales are final and there are no refunds.
Power on. Fry that fucker. Activate.
Thank you, sir and or madam, and have a wonderful afternoon.
Well, shitting shit.
So I guess it'll work out. And yet at the same time, we're let in immediately. And I wonder what they're gonna do with all this extra account information that I just provided. Well, didn't really take the time to look around before.
Blueprints of bots and what looks like neural interfaces.
Yeah, it's so awfully vague on the whole thing, but what Zoe here was kind of looking for when she came to a place like this was something to do with learning neural interface programming, whatever that is.
It's not like me to be so fucking generous.
Nice to see you too, Mira. Hello, Wit.
I guess we had the day off.
Leave alone. He's busy.
I'm sure he can speak for himself.
Is that supposed to be a joke, Kutria? No one fucks with Wit besides me. Don't ever forget that.
What's up with your perimeter defense grid?
What's wrong with it is that it doesn't work and needs to be fucking fixed. That's what's wrong with it. Of course, I just sold our last maintenance spot, and I won't have another one ready for a couple of days. I might have to call a contractor to hire one of my own bots back. Once again, the gods shit in my face. Now get lost. I'm busy.
Well, I'm glad we had that conversation without me having to initiate it. So what's this guy doing?
He's the diametric opposite of Mira. Quiet, calm, focused. He never says a word, but that's part of his charm.
Also, apparently he's got plates and a metallic arm and something going on in his eye. I'm not quite sure from that perspective.
The infamous Pandemonium Lounge area. Things get insane here on Fridays when we have team beers and Mira spins up the ancient jukebox. And by insane, I mean Wit and I sit quietly and watch Mira get shit-faced. That never stops being hilarious.
And apparently the jukebox is there. So I see they're taking notes from when the second episode of the new series of Doctor Who made a joke about a jukebox being an iPod. That's always a good sign. So what's he doing now?
Mira's good at what she does. I just wish I knew what that was exactly. I think she runs an underground network of traders and techies and black hats, but I'm really not sure.
And I guess we're not gonna find out, but well, the thing that she's gonna be helping us with might be a hint as to that.
Didn't I just tell you to get lost? What do you want?
I need your help.
Come again? Did I just hear what I think I heard?
A favor. I need a favor.
That's what I thought I heard. This ought to be good.
I need to log into a server and download some data without getting
Caught?
caught.
Easy. Why?
I'd rather not tell you what
Pass.
I can't really say because...
Pass.
Seriously? You're not going to do me this one favor after everything I've done
You
for
mean the paid work you've done for me? God, Bunchod. No. No, I'm not. Not unless you tell me why.
Oh, fine. My friend Baruti, the guy running the Uminska campaign.
Uminska campaign. The Social Democrat Chodors. Yes, I know. Get on with it.
Baruti has some suspicions. He asked me to log into their servers and
Data?
download...
Evidence? No problem. You need a sniffer and a cloak. 1 second.
So that was easy.
Done.
Done?
Try moving your fingers.
Moving my...
Just do it, Kutria. Good. No loss of motor function.
Motor? What do you...
My software is integrated into your iris HUD. Use your place. Look for the skull and crossbones. Use that to locate secure wire singularities. You'll need to connect to multiple nodes to download all the data. But don't stay too long in one spot, or you might get caught. Oh, and don't expect it to work indoors. Too much interference. Come back after you've procured the data, and I'll decrypt it for you.
And if I don't?
It's your data, technically. I'm just offering to help. Of course, no one else can break the encryption, so there's that. You don't have a choice.
No ulterior motives.
None. Now scoot. I have work to do and you're distracting Wit. That retard can't focus with all your nattering.
Bitch.
I heard that.
Good.
I'll call you up as soon as you activate the sniffer. But you'll need to do that outside. Too much interference inside.
Alright. So now in our freaking high telephone communication thing that we have, we also have the means to get in on some lead hacking and looking into government secrets in this highly surveyed and dismal cyberpunk setting. Surely this will go over in a very smooth fashion. Well, about as smoothly as it goes whenever I try to load the hub area. Which is to say, well, you can see the exactly how well that's working out. Alright, here we go. Also, there's an old bell. I wonder why we'd never made a note of that before.
I've always wondered what that bell is for. It is a nice bell.
Well, it's right next to the river, so I don't know. So, do we have this in our inventory now? Yes, we do. Mirror's tracker. Can we try activating this thing?
Iris, please activate Mira's cloak and turn on the data sniffer. Secret Agent Zoe. I hate to admit it, but this is a bit exciting. Okay, Mira's calling.
Oh boy.
I just got a ping from your iris. Your vitals look normal, so I'm guessing my software didn't cause any permanent neural damage. Yet.
Oh, for God's sake!
Here's what you need to know, Petal. This is not a magic wand. You can't just wave it around and... Well, actually, it is a magic wand. Once you activate it, it'll scan for hidden wire singularities. The closer you are to a secure access point, the stronger the signal. You'll receive visual and oral indicators. Once you're close enough, you can establish a direct link. Log in and start downloading your data. Don't stay too long in one spot. Use multiple access points, or the syndicate sniffers could track you down. All set?
Wait, I don't know if
Come
I can...
back when you have the data, and I'll decrypt it for you. And remember, Kutria, if you get caught, we never fucking met.
Well, that seems kind of expectable at this point, but okay. Also, don't you love how when you turn the camera, she always... Well, I guess it's part of how the design for this works, but she always turns her head to project it in a way that she'll be between the camera and the actual display, or at least part of it. So now we're seriously... Doing the hacking shuffle, I suppose. Apparently there's something quite nearby. I sit on the boat.
Wait, there's a hidden access point on Queenie's boat? That's odd. Who operates their own singularity?
Well, apparently...
Singularity to download the data. I won't risk Queenie getting caught up in this.
I guess that's completely... It's a little Easter egg kind of thing, but it's completely blocked out. Well, I don't know if I would call it an Easter egg, since it's pretty much inevitable if you're just following that, since it's so close to the point where you begin, that you'll find it. So let's try somewhere else. Now that we have our skull and crossbones logo. You know, I think think I could add a little bit of extra soundtrack to this part to make it a bit more fitting. I just hope that this has the correct volume levels. Oh yeah, here we go. Sony Vegas Keygen, 23rd Century Edition. And apparently not a moment too soon, there might be something here. So is there? Does that mean we can actually start doing the... Hello, mouse cursor, where are you? There you are. I turn the volume down a bit, and that so it doesn't drown out the game. Hello? Oh, here we go. That little skull icon.
First account, logging in. Success. Downloading the first chunk of data. Oh shit, Cloak's given me a warning. I need to log out.
Okay, that was quick.
37%. Yeah, okay.
And so was that.
Access point and use the second account.
So I guess we need to, if we keep progressing at this rate, we're gonna have to find 3 access points. But fortunately we know exactly where to look for all of them, and were it not for the fact that I'm pretty sure the barricades are still up, yeah. This might even be the simplest thing that we need to do in this game. And we need to look into how to get into the vents, but that comes later. I want to check in with that guy. I forgot about that. Actually, a good thing to try to do that before we're done with this section, I don't know. Well, What is there something above us, I guess? I might actually need to get on the second level. I thought it was gonna be maybe in this part with the...
Nothing to see here.
The meeting that we eavesdropped, the collective, but I guess not. Yeah, I'm guessing that whatever the access point is gonna be in this little walkway above where we are right now. So let me see if I can get back to the riverside. And get around back to where I got this little quest line in the first place. Also, the way this whole sequence is kind of makes you wonder if how this whole eye hologram communication thing works. Like, if other people can see what one person is projecting off their face or not. Also, is this shit bot? It is.
Well, ding. Well, ding. Well, ding.
I'm pretty sure that's not the last we'll see of him either.
Well, ding.
That's a yes. Didn't Mira sell you to a contractor?
The angry human hired me to do welding. Perimeter defenses need fixing. Fixing through
Welding. Glad to see you living the dream, shitbot. But now I really need to get inside.
Proceed, human female. Please be advised that approaching the door will activate perimeter defenses.
Oh,
You will experience momentary discomfort as 80,000 volts are applied to your fleshy bits. Fortunately, the discomfort will be momentary as your neural pathways will quickly melt and your heart will explode.
So, when can I pass through without anything exploding or melting?
When I've finished welding, the human inside will be able to properly regulate perimeter defenses again.
Yeah, you know what? I think I'll come back later.
Good call, human.
So what exactly is he welding though? Like I can get right up here and with no consequence at all. Guess he's just welding a corner of that. Oh well, back to our little lead hacking enterprise. we're coming up on another point here anyway. I guess we're going to get up there. The W thing, whatever that is, Wati logo.
There's an access point embedded in the base of the Wati logo. Makes sense.
Not really, I mean, that's not really subtle or
Here we go again.
unexpected.
Downloading. And time to pull out. 81%. Almost there.
Okay, apparently we're doing really well though.
Should have all the data.
With getting the different access points. And getting a good chunk of data of each one, so before we return to the upstairs part though, which I think we need to come back around through here to get to anyway. See if we can go here and meet with the other dude while we have the pixel skull coming out of our eyeball. Apparently the answer is yes.
Reza has a great friend and an amazing editor in Sully, and I wouldn't have lasted a month without his shoulder to cry on. Sully's the best.
Well, we can acknowledge that by walking right past him and seeing what this guy has to say. Oh, we turned off our eyeball skull though, so let me stop the music for the time being.
Hey there.
Hey, what are you up to?
Oh, this is
Of course.
How are things here? Any inside information on our burgeoning police state?
I wish. Everyone wants answers. Why have the Syndicate sent in the big guns? Why isn't the government saying anything? It's a mess.
One of those exosuits got in my face this morning, asked me where I was going. I refused to answer their stupid questions. Played the lawyer card, like you told me to.
Well, you didn't have that information. You, the player, didn't have that information at that moment, though.
Yeah, well, I'm proudly non-compliant.
We really thought the clampdown would be a temporary thing, a show of force, but...
I heard rumors about a curfew.
Well, it's possible. I mean, why else would they send in Robocop?
Robocop?
The exosuits. Outside of active war zones, I've never seen so many of them in one place. And we're in Propass, not Washington, D.C. So, yeah, we're still trying to get to the bottom of it. But this thing goes deep.
If anyone can, it'll be you guys. So,
Yeah.
What were you...
Did you?
No, you go first.
No, go ahead.
It was nothing, really. What are you up to?
I'm doing a favor for Baruti. Some campaign stuff. In fact, I should probably go and do that thing that I'm supposed to be doing.
Okay. I should work. There's stuff to do. What about dinner?
So what about dinner? I don't
I
know.
haven't made dinner in ages. There's a reason for that, of course. My dinners are of variable quality. But I need the practice.
I don't know, man.
I usually get a takeaway. Maybe we should go out. Last time we did that was in Trieste. Feels like ages ago.
I really don't know if I would want to go out in an environment like this, but...
Last time we ate at home, Reza cooked, but I don't feel like cooking, and I'm not going to ask him to make dinner.
But you said you need the practice.
Reza was
please.
the one who cooked
Okay.
dinner, so it is my turn. But honestly, I'm sure he'd prefer eating his own food. Last time we ate at home, Reza was the last time.
Can I get the same thing going in the other side? I see that I can. Okay. Okay, controller, please, okay.
Last time we ate.
I think the best option in this situation is this, honestly.
Sure, but nothing...
Exotic. Oh, I know. We've been over this before.
Come on, that's not fair.
Isn't it? Sometimes I feel you're not particularly open to new things. I don't even get you anything different for lunch because I don't know how you'll react. Like last week when I bought you cheese soup. I chose the same thing you always get even when there was something new and interesting on the menu.
Are you seriously blaming me for a choice you made?
I know what your reaction would have been. I got the soup because that's what you always have. If I picked the pork sausages...
You didn't even give me the choice, Zoe. You chose for me and you're upset about that. And this is not the first time. If you're so unhappy with who I am, then why...
Why what?
Oh, forget it. This is neither the time nor the place. We'll talk later.
Yeah, later.
At least you didn't get a choice
Look, I
to
need to run.
press it
Message me,
there.
Okay, we'll figure out dinner.
Fine.
That would be kinda dumb. Alright, so... things are going well today. And I'm kinda curious if I hadn't, looked at the objectives and remembered that that was a thing that could be done, what would have happened, but oh well.
Good guy, Sully. I don't know what we...
Hey, Sully.
So what does this guy have to say right now?
What a sight for tired old eyes on this infernal day. So, dear girl, is this a social call or a professional one?
Just saying hello. It's my day off, and I was in the neighborhood.
A social call? Those are my favorite calls. I'm glad you took the time to see me today. How are you, Fistic?
Yeah, good. Good. I'm good.
One more good and you'll have me convinced.
I don't want to overdo it, but I really am good.
No, I don't believe you at all. And how's work?
Mira gave me the day off because I don't actually know. She's probably up to something and wanted me out of her hair. How about you?
The world's falling apart around us and we're quite possibly facing an armed curfew in a few days, so I'm fantastic. You know, the more people stay inside, the more time they have on their hands, the more they need us to provide them with news. To tell the truth, I'd prefer slightly less drama and slightly fewer battlesuits in the streets, but the cynical newsman in me rejoices.
I thought you were all cynical newsmen.
Age has a way of smoothing the sharp edges, my dear. But I am honestly concerned. I don't fully understand what's happening. The Syndicate's reasons are unclear. The government's gone into full communication lockdown, and no one's talking. It's a dangerous mess. Elections do bring out the worst in people.
You think the Eye's increasing security because of the election?
You're telling me.
I do not. Something else is afoot.
Increasing security for a reason other than the
They want everyone
election.
locked into dream time. They want no eyes on the street.
At least that's a nice change of pace.
Look, I have my worried face on.
It's a very...
Yes, I see.
Anyway, I'm off.
You're a breath of fresh air, Fistic.
I mean, with this wide range of facial expressions on the characters, how could you not? So... Also, apparently, text that disappears or appears based on your perspective. Conscience above all liberties, well, I don't know. It's your job to tell the ugly truth, you see. I wonder if that's what they thought when they saw the reviews for this, well, I don't know. You know, I don't hate this game, but I do have a lot of gripes with it. Well, much in the same way that I feel about the game that is the immediate predecessor to this one. First game I think a bit more lenient on because that one, handled things differently. And I do have some gripes with that as well, but they're mostly related to puzzles, not so much like the characterization and presentation, which are my gripes with this one, and just regular Dreamfall, which was the predecessor to this one. But anyway, back to... Oh yeah, I can't forget about this. Let's see if we can get up here. Okay. To continue our quest to access all the access points. So I need to access the big logo, right? But how are we gonna do that? Oh, wait a minute. Okay, we can't go that way either because that's blocked from below, so... How do we get there? I'm kinda confused now. Is there like another alley access directly below us? Because if not, then I'm not sure. Actually, wait a minute, what am I doing? I just remembered that we don't actually need to be right next to that thing. And I already extracted that because... Well, that just goes to show you how good my memory is. This is how you approach puzzles in adventure games, clearly. Okay, but But this much I'm sure of, I haven't actually come up here to this ledge, which I think is where the last access point is. Past the sign for Renta Lab Realty. Okay, here we are. So where's this thing? Is it on this door?
There's a live access point inside. Weird. I haven't ever seen anyone use this lab.
Well, apparently that's the Realty place as well.
Last one. I'm getting paranoid about warning signals going off somewhere. 97%, 98. Oh, that's it. That's all of it. Yay, Zoe! Oh, shit. It's encrypted. Just like Mira said it would be. Well, I don't have a choice. I'll have to go back to see Mira.
Well, thankfully I don't think it's that far. But yeah, time to have a jog. Alright, the song's starting up again, but I think that part is pretty much done now. Just gotta have a jog. Back down to the street level. So, can we get there faster? Let me see if I make a turn here. In front of the T-Rex mini market. Yeah, I guess so. I probably would be lost if this was my first time playing this, if I recall, but no. You traverse this same area so many times and try to orient yourself with what's where and all that stuff that kind of stops being a problem. Ceased. Is that the place that the guy that I kept pointing to that looked like Mike was singing at, or was that here? No, I think that was here. This really looked like an entrance. Oh no, it is though. That'd be like a residence. Alrighty. So what does the dingo say there? Your choice or dream? Yeah, I don't know about that. If it's like a freaking Monopoly.
Get my hand chewed off.
The eye in the sky is watching.
I'll be tossing my garbage in the gutter like a normal person.
Also cowabunga burger with Wagyu beef. A bowl of bacon, fresh avocados. Oh boy. What Leia save the galaxy? Oh, I get it. That's a Star Wars thing I was gonna say. Like, Leia's almost the same as Leia. Well, can we go in yet?
So, when can I pass through without anything exploding or melting?
When I've finished welding, the human inside will be able to properly regulate perimeter defenses again.
Yeah, you know what? I think I'll come back later.
Alright, so we might actually need to address a different quest line right now. Yeah. Which is trying to find a way into the vents to look for this Hannah person, so... maybe now we can actually interact with this guy.
Here to give you directions, miss. You just tell me where you want to go today.
It would really help to have an overview of all those ventilation towers or whatever they are.
Also, excuse me, dealing with some technical difficulties here, but... alright, the ventilation towers.
To have an overview of all those ventilation towers or whatever they are.
I'm sure you can provide me with this, you tourist map.
Do you have a map of the vent towers in ProPast?
Say what now?
You know, the striped towers with the steam coming out of them. They're all over the place.
Hold your horses, cowgirl. Your request is being processed.
Oh boy.
Well, shucks. You're talking about the WPG.
The W what now?
The old wireless power grid. WPG. They shut that down years ago. The towers are still up, but they're inactive.
So why is there smoke coming out of them?
Oh, the steam's no mystery. That's just a side effect of opening a hole into the old ProPast underground. If I were you, I'd be more curious about the towers that don't have steam coming out of them.
Okay. Can you send me a map of ProPast with all the WPG towers?
Open a connection to Crowboy, partner. One tourist map of ProPass coming right up. Anytime you need a rootin' tootin' six-barrel shooting crow cowboy to give you directions to anywhere in ProPass, you just call on the Crow Boy.
Okay, that was certainly easier than I thought it would be, so... It doesn't really tell you, though, where, okay. It doesn't, what's the word I'm looking for? It doesn't locate your position in the map, but... I guess it has a first tower that we examined as the guide, I guess.
It's cool to the touch.
So these towers apparently lead into the underground, and they're supposed to have steam coming out of them as a result.
How old can she be? 14?
I'm afraid
Someone
the
her
madame
age,
is
she
not in
projects
at
a
the
lot of
moment.
authority.
I will tell her you stopped by.
Well, now we get a bit of a double-edged problem, because we need to... Well, we just need to get like an idea of what the deal is with these towers. Okay. There's like 4 in that Sun Plaza area. But we also need to figure out exactly how to get one of those tools to open them. So how are we going to do that? Well, let's just go around for a little bit and examine these towers to get a better picture of what the deal is. There should be one here, and there is. This one has steam coming out of it.
This one looks active, whatever that means. There's a hum, like electrical circuitry, or a fan.
And
It's warm, almost hot.
so this one's active, and the vent is also apparently steaming, and it has that symbol, so... Does the map also record which one has which symbol? It does. Well, hang on, is that the same one as the other one? I think it is. It's got that circle with the crosshair-ish lines, and there's a diagonal one. So yes, it's the same. I wonder if we're gonna find a different one, though. Also, I just realized by looking at the map that I missed another vent that's further down this path. Past the Dream Junkie. Yeah, it's there. But this one isn't active, though, by the looks of it.
There's no steam coming out of this vent. It's quiet. I don't hear anything.
I wonder if we have to do this with everyone. I don't
This one's cold.
think I actually cheesed this puzzle a little the first time I went through this. Okay, this one has a different symbol, though. This one's like a pyramid. Triangle with plenty of intersecting line. Also, I forgot that this also opened up our journal. No, I need to use this to... Okay, oh, we can actually... Okay, we actually registered that that one has a different symbol, though, but we didn't register the other one for whatever reason, I guess. I guess because that one was active, I guess we disregard those. So let's go back up here and look for the other 3 towers that should be in this general vicinity. I see another one over there, but there should also be one on the opposite side. Can't quite... Oh wait, never mind, I do see it, but... Don't know if we're gonna be concerned with that, given that that one is active. So let's look at the vent hatch.
Something's stuck in the hatch.
Oh boy. It's a yellow key head, and I guess, well, what does it look like? It's yellow, and it's got that crosshair symbol, whereas the other one that was, I think, pink, had the triangle symbol. And this other tower, let me see. This one has the yellow symbol, but it's active, so I guess we're not interested in it. Because that one's actually working as intended, and so is that one. Well, just for the sake of being thorough, let's actually see what the event symbol is. It's the same one. We don't have anything else, right? We have like the crypto thing that the guy gave us, and the lead hacking program, and this map. I guess we're gonna go... Hello? Okay, we can't actually like tilt it up and down for some reason. That actually would be helpful, though. We can only rotate it horizontally along this axis. So let's see. Should be one just up ahead and then 2 more if we turn right. I think we should be able to access all of them in this trip, assuming that we don't have to go on the upper level. No, okay, it's down here. Well, actually, that wouldn't make a lot of sense because the towers are supposed to lead into the underground, and it wouldn't really be the case if they were on an elevated level, now would it? Okay. This is a square and it's blue or cyan. What do we want to say? That one's not recorded because that one's on. So let's go in front of this Illuminati police force building. House of Dreams. What is going on with this?
Madam Nix. She's famous. I've heard of her.
Oh yeah, just got the next thing going
The
on.
House of Dreams is a dream emporium where people go to hook into dream machines. Sort of like an opium den.
Yeah, I don't think we're ever gonna learn anything more about that beyond that little flavor text, so okay, we got a couple of towers here. There's one there, but actually there's two there, but they're both on, but this one here is actually off. What's with this one? It's open. Interesting. Interesting and convenient.
That girl must have dropped this coming out of the hatch. It's some sort of tool.
Alright, let's pocket this tool and maybe...
It's completely stuck.
It's stuck. So that you can't open it further, which I guess means we can't fit in there. Well, we know what symbol it has now at least. And if we combine these two, the blue key and the yellow key head... No? Oh, wait a minute. Maybe we need to, like... Well, if it says blue key, maybe if we remove the... Yeah, okay, we remove the head. And now we can combine it with either one, so... You know what, let's combine the... Let's combine that back to keep the blue key right now. I don't know which one we need at this precise time, actually, but can keep examining the vent. Okay, where are we? We're there. Okay, we're on the topmost ones. We can't actually go through the blue vent though because it's stuck apparently. But we can continue our survey of... Actually, wait a minute. We might be able to go this way. Survey of the rest of these towers in this neighborhood, since I doubt this whole city, the area that we can explore. But we can't pass through here because it's barricaded, of course, so let me check real quick. Does this path? Okay, no, it won't. It won't put us... If we take the other nearest or quickest path to another tower that we haven't examined yet, it won't. That path won't take us through another one that we have already identified, so much for killing two birds with one stone, I guess. No, let's go here into the bazaar place. They're supposed to have a different name, but I forget what it is.
The salespeople here are mostly Arabic or Jewish. They sell mostly tech and biotech. And, ooh, carpets.
And also robot goats. And organs.
Whatever it is, it's top quality stuff. Top quality yuckiness.
They kind of look like hearts, but based, relative to her frame, I think they're a bit too big to be, but I don't know. Same with these.
It's alive. Of course it's alive. I mean, it's the souk.
Alright, the souk. That's what this place is called. Okay, here's a tower. It's on, so we don't care about it, but we're still gonna note that we can see one of those blue symbols on it with the squares, okay. And same with this, okay. Which one is it? It's yellow. So that should have been... Hello, inventory, okay. All the towers on this edge of the city, oh boy. And we can't go straight through there, of course, that would be too easy. So we need to go on a little roundabout to get back to the riverside and get small handful of towers that we didn't examine yet. There we go. So now that we've made it back here, okay, there should be something, I think, right in front of the memorial. And then, well, might as well examine this now. And then one more. That's on the way between here and the workplace of ours. Okay, I think I see the one that's closest to this point. It's that one over there. Right next to the Dream Junkie. It's got a blue. Well, let me see if I can quickly peek around the corner. Alright, that one's on, so we don't care about it. So let's see if we can start being sneaky and unlocking these.
Cease and desist, citizen.
No, I guess that's not good enough because
You are about to commit an act of terrorism against government property. I have been authorized to use deadly force if you do not immediately cease and desist.
okay, apparently we can't do our own DIY civil engineering maintenance.
Eyes everywhere. I've never seen so many of them out on the streets.
So that's just a little bit of a detriment to our little enterprise. We can't... well, we've identified all possible vents that we can go into now, I think, but... just for the sake of completion, alright. We get all the symbols, but we only note the ones that we can potentially open, and there's pretty much only two left. One of them is the one that the girl disappeared into at first, and the other one is the one at the end of the riverside path that we can't actually open because we don't have the key for that collar. Which apparently, by the way, seems to be the only one of its kind, at least in this part of the city. So let's... this one's yellow, so let's change up the key head.
That doesn't fit the lock on this hatch.
Yes, I know, I'm trying to change that. Okay, let's combine that with the base. And now we have a yellow key. Oh, it actually recolors the handle too. Okay. And use it. I'm pretty sure the one right in front of the plaza would also be watched by the Santaran police. So let's see what this foray into the underground will be like. What have we got? It's, oh, well, there's someone here. It's awfully cramped otherwise, but...
That's the girl I saw on the street. She's completely lost in Dreamtime.
so let's reach out.
What do you want? Go away, I'm dreaming.
Can you please disconnect from that thing and talk to me?
I don't know you. Leave me alone.
I need to get through to her somehow. It would help if I knew something about her relationship to Hannah.
So now we need to, what? Learn more about Hannah from Abby. We don't even know this person's name, but apparently the game's telling us that we do.
Get out of here. You're ruining my dream.
I need to get through to her somehow. It would help if I knew something about her relationship to Hannah.
I don't know. Remind me what's on this thing.
Baruti asked me to transfer the downloaded data to this cryptocoin.
Okay, so that's actually... it has the information we need, but we also need to put some more on it to give back to the other guy. Oh no, is this yours? No, you can't use that or that. Well, apparently none of our items are good for this purpose.
She's connected to a dream machine.
Get out of here.
I need to get through to her somehow. It would help if I knew something about her relationship to Hannah.
Well, let's look around a little more. I don't think we'll find anything else down here right now, but... doesn't hurt to look, surely. Uh-oh. Apparently that's not it. I guess we just get back out of here. Also, apparently my dog decided that it'd be a good idea to come here for the time being. I don't know why, I guess she's kind of sleepy, even though usually doesn't sleep until like 2 hours from now. Well, sometimes we even take her out at this hour, but I did that earlier, so... So where are we gonna get this information that we so sorely need? Apparently my little survey wasn't as thorough as I'd hoped. Well, actually, let me check something. Is there like another blue vent? Oh yeah, there is, but that one's watched, so... Let me just go over here so I can confirm that... that other yellow vent that's marked on the map as not... or... Oh shit. Apparently there's someone outside. Making noise. Gotta love that. What was I gonna say? I just wanna confirm that this... You know, option in quotes isn't in fact an option, because this is just like a heavily surveyed area. So if we try to do this, I'm pretty sure it's gonna be like, nope.
The tool fits the lock, but
or not.
I think the hatch is welded shut.
The hatch is welded shut, so it's not that those police people are all over the place, but that apparently it's welded shut. Huh. Actually, wait a minute. Does that actually mean we can go get help with that from you-know-who? Because I don't remember that being a part of the game at all. If I am to be perfectly honest with you, but... Then again, I don't know. You know, the first time I did this, I was just completely... Well, A, kind of disoriented because I wasn't very familiar with the whole layout of this place, and B, I think the very first time I tried to go through this was like when my laptop, which isn't quite as optimized to handling this game quite right, so everything was kind of a slog, which didn't help. And I ended up spending a lot more time on things that I needed to, but can you help me?
So,
when I've finished welding.
Yeah, you know what?
Good call, human.
No, apparently that's a no. This actually kind of leaves me
Abandon all hope, ye who enter here. Cheery stuff.
at a standstill just a little bit. Guess we can try to go back down to the other... vent here, the one that's not watched and not welded shut. And take another quick look around. Surely there's something I can do. That was not an affirmation. We can get all up in her face, but she still won't acknowledge us.
Get out of here.
I need to get through to her somehow. It would help if I knew something about her relationship to Hannah.
Yes, but I don't know anything. Well, hang on. I vaguely remember something about how we're gonna end up solving this, but... Don't quite remember what the lead up to it is. If we're talking about details... Also, don't remember ever that a desk without clutter is a good desk, as you might be able to second-hand appreciate, so let me act on hunch real quick though, and go back over to the the other end of this river passage.
Feel free to move on.
Yes, that's exactly what I did, thanks. I'm so glad that you agree with my choices. Take another look here at this mystery vent that's apparently completely impenetrable by any effort of ours, because it's got the unique symbol. And realize that by looking at it, there's not really anything we can.
It's cool to the touch.
Or by just coming over here either. There's nothing really new that we can immediately appreciate. Oh, what does the objective thing say right now? Learn more about her from Abby, wait for him to repair the perimeter defenses. So not really a very helpful nudge in any case. Let me, for the time being, make my way back to the one place in the this whole network of things that I'm actually able to access. Actually keep going. Because technically there's two places that I'm potentially able to access. And I might just be taking the wrong approach to this. You know how intuitive all the puzzles in this game are. I'm sure that no one will have anything else to say about what we're going to see here. So here's this adbot flying around.
I hate adbots. They're like mosquitoes, constantly buzzing, blood-sucking parasites.
We can talk to it too.
You are looking absolutely radiant today. May I have a minute of your time to tell you about the new Watty Dream Machine?
I'm pretty sure she doesn't want to hear this, but
Annoying. I don't have time to listen to this adbot right now. If it shuts this thing up, I'll ask for the 3-second pitch. I wonder what will happen if I ask for the full sales pitch.
oh man, but we can
Annoying.
just tell it to flit off.
Go away, leave me alone, and never come back.
Unable to comply with request.
Oh man.
Please contact Watty Corp Customer Relations for a complete list of compatible interactions. Requests for sexual favors will be logged and reported to the appropriate authorities. Watty Corp adbots do not talk dirty or perform fellatio. Watty Corp adbots will also not commit murder unless authorized to do so. Requests for a person, animal, or bot to be assassinated will be logged and reported to the appropriate authorities.
Well, that's good to know, but well, let's try
May I have a minute?
actually getting the pitch now.
If I ask for the full sales pitch.
What could possibly go wrong?
I do have a minute, and I am interested in learning more about the Dream Machine. Please give me your whole pitch. Leave nothing out.
The new Dream Machine by Watty provides a safe and productive way to entertain yourself. Together with friends. Watty's official
Well, this doesn't quite work like how I hoped it would, but
dreams, tailored to your every need and desire.
like, if I try to do this right now,
For adult dreamers.
hang on, I gotta
Also offers an easy way to
move the key and place it with the blue key head.
blocks.
And now if I try to use this and this,
Cease and desist, citizen. You are...
it just says the same thing. Alright, hey.
I have a dreamer already. Thanks all the same.
My pleasure. Happy dreaming.
Alrighty. So we can use this to our advantage, I believe. Just need to wait for that guy to make the circuit again, since he's apparently stuck on this little back and forth between 2 points routine until he's right here. Here we go. So let's get the pitch again.
Yes, I do have a minute and...
Yep, here we go. There's nothing wrong with this. And no one's going to bat an eye. This is fully authorized. Course of action, you see. Alright, we finally made some headway. You know, you may never even think to interact with that adbot thing, but you needed to solve this. That's great puzzle design. Right there. The try everything method. It's proven to be the best way to go about this. So...
Electronic parts. I don't recognize any of them.
So, we've made it into a place that's a bit more colorful. Got dragonflies, got the Vaporwave, Hotline Miami color scheme, I see.
Fort Hannah. Cute. Dreamers. What's Hannah doing with all these dream machines? Someone must have left in a hurry. Are those Nella sausages? I hope Hannah didn't eat any.
I don't know. How do you know they're bad?
Wait. Are these drawings of the mountains I saw in my dreams? And that creature, the Ula.
Seems awfully reaching, though.
How could Hannah know about my dreams?
But that is the same creature from the dream where you were like... with no pants.
That doesn't look comfortable. Poor girl. Having to live like this.
I can barely see that though, but apparently it's... okay, that's a little more concrete. I think that... that picture at the bottom there, with the trees and the mountains in the back, I think that might be a very subtle reference to the first scene of the first game. Where April's trying to save the dragon egg, I think. So I guess they're trying to tie that in with the mountains that we'll be learning more about being part of that scene. But there's also this picture of 2 girls, which we will pocket.
And the other one...
The other one looks like she has a melanin deficiency.
She matches Nella's description.
So surely this will come in handy, alright. I sure hope that's all we need to do in this part, because this guy with the very conveniently folding and unfolding hologram ad banner might not still be there when we come back out. I wonder exactly how it's going to be, and if we're gonna get to see it soon. That's also something I'm not terribly certain about. Alright, there he goes. Yeah, apparently he stayed like that the whole time, and the guy went away, alright. The Santaran guy went away, so we don't even need to exploit that anymore. But with any luck, this picture that we found should provide some leverage against that that dream addict that's hiding in the other passage. So, like always, let's have a quick jog between these 2 places and get back down there past another loading screen. When I was playing Dark Souls earlier today, this is making me miss that. You know, it really is a good thing that the loading screens in that are much farther away from each other, at least until you get the ability to warp.
Get out of here! You're ruining my dream!
Well, I have something to show you though. Yes, I know. You've told me this many times. I need to slowly trudge along. Here we go. The inventory until I get to what I want.
You're friends with Hannah, right?
What?
From the picture, it looks like you're good friends.
I don't know what you're talking about. Just go away.
Hannah's in trouble and I need your help finding her.
I don't know where she is. We're not friends anymore.
What happened?
She wanted me to stop using the dream machine. Says it's a sickness, that I'm addicted. We were best friends. More than that. But now, I haven't seen her in ages. The last time we spoke, she was upset and scared.
Why was she scared?
She didn't want to tell me. She said she needed to disappear for a while. She left her nest, found somewhere else to hide. I don't know where. I think she was afraid they'd get rid of her after she finished the job.
Who are they?
I don't know, all right? I told you already, I haven't spoken to her since.
And you have no idea where I can find her? Maybe she mentioned something to you, somewhere she could be hiding.
No, There was another nest, at the end of the bricks. She brought me there once. She called it her secret burrow. No one goes there. It uses a different key from all the other shelters. When she wasn't looking, I grabbed an extra key that was lying around in case he ever needed to hide. Maybe that's where Hannah is. But I honestly don't know. Please leave me alone.
Where's the key?
I don't fucking know! It's around here somewhere. I don't know. Can I go back to my dream now?
The dream machines, they're dangerous. I think they're dangerous. You shouldn't be hooking up.
What else is there to do in this rat hole? Study for my law degree? Just fuck off back to your cushy upstairs life. And leave me alone.
Well, you know, with some of the people who are lawyers, it's kind of hard to tell. But apparently the last key we're looking for is somewhere around here. This is her room, okay.
Nothing in here.
Ah, we found it. So now we have the key for the final underground passage. Which, quite conveniently, is the only one left untouched as of yet. So yeah, I'm pretty sure we're gonna have to deal with that. Before we'll be able to complete the other sub-quest, which is the data encryption or decryption at this stage. For that secret government data that we... well, campaign data that we stole from these very conspicuous access points. Well, pretty much the only one that wasn't in a very heavily truncated conspicuous place was the one with the secret lab sign on it. And even that one, the way it's designed, it's like it's taking the piss, but let's not trouble ourselves with thoughts of that, you know. Surely it's not our job to nitpick everything. Surely I've done wrong whenever I've done that. Well, let's just quickly come back over here and tinker with these things again so that we can get the correct key on the base and be able to use that to open up this thing and see what lies beneath. But it looks much the same as every other place we've seen. You know, it's almost like they copied and pasted the same room a few times. Surely they wouldn't do that, but...
Get the fuck out of here!
Are you Whoa, easy. Just put that knife down.
Who are you? What do you want?
Well...
The best thing to do right now is to stay calm and tell her my name.
I think she needs to know how we found her, though, and that we're not here to shank her like she apparently wants to.
I should let her know why I'm here. I mean, she has no idea who I am. Queenie sent me.
Queenie? Why?
She's worried about you.
Tell her not to worry. Tell her I'm just peachy. Now get out.
Well, at least we're not the proud owners of a new stab wound, but I guess that's not gonna do.
I finally found Hannah. Now I just need her to talk to me.
Do you have bad dreams?
I can't just tell Queenie you're peachy. She'll ask questions. She wants to know if...
I'm fine. Really.
Fine or fine? So, are you feeling okay, or are you feeling like you want to copyright reaction videos?
Abby said Hannah's scared, that she's on the run. I don't think she's fine at all. I don't believe her. There must be another way to get through to Hannah.
I don't think she's gonna appreciate us prying, so...
Abby's also worried about you.
Abby. So that's how you found me. She blabbed that duper. She's always been weak.
I didn't give her much choice. I had to find you. She won't tell anyone.
She's always trouble. And she's addicted to the dream machine.
She really misses you.
She's not my responsibility. I'm not her girlfriend, I'm not good for her. She's not safe around me. She'll get hurt.
Why? Who's after you?
All these questions. Who are you again?
Zoe.
Never told you my name. Well, now I did.
And how is any of this your business, Zoe Castillo? Who do you work for?
No one. Seriously, enough with the paranoia. Queenie wanted me to find you. She's concerned. That's the only reason I'm here. You could show some appreciation for the people in your life who do care.
In my experience, they usually want something in return.
You might be surprised. Don't underestimate people.
Don't overestimate people. Look, I did stuff. A job. A dangerous job for some very dangerous people, and now I have to watch my back.
Then let us help you.
You can't help me. Queenie can't help me. No one can. If they find me, you really don't know who you're dealing with, and there's no way to stop them, all right? So just leave me be.
Well, who could that be?
Could she be running from Mr. London? He controls the criminal underworld in Propast. He might be connected. Maybe she's running from the Eye. They must know about Hannah's gang, and they can't be very happy about it.
Well, they seem a bit more connected to what's going on right now, so...
If you're on the run from the Eye, I'm sure we can find a way to...
The Eye? I've been running from the Eye for years, duper. No, it's worse than that. These people control the Eye. They control everything. I'm done talking. Go back to Queenie. Tell her to not worry about me.
I don't think that'll be enough to make her stop worrying.
Fine. 1 second. Give her this. Tell her I got your message, that you did your job and that. Tell her that I'm working on it.
Those paintings in your room, did you paint them yourself?
You were in my nest.
I was looking for you.
That doesn't give you the right to break into my home, Suka.
Well, I mean...
Those are my drawings. Why?
I recognized the images from dreams. Look, I know this sounds crazy and I can't explain
They're
it,
from
but...
dreams, my dreams. And no, I don't use a dream machine. I just have weird dreams.
Why would we have the same dreams?
How do I know you're not lying? I don't know you. I don't know who you are. Just go away.
I just... yeah. Okay.
Well, that was successful. Resolution to all that, no doubt.
Wait.
Or, yes, maybe you need to say something more about the coincidence of the dreams.
True. About your dreams.
I only remember the one dream, but there have been many others. I have amnesia, but my memories are starting to come back. And your drawings... I've seen those images before. It can't be a coincidence.
No coincidence, no story. Zoe, right?
Zoe Castillo.
I'll think about what you said, Zoe Castillo. If I think you're telling the truth, I'll look you up. Now, I really need you to leave.
I have things I need to do, and you shouldn't be seen down here with me.
So... might be able to follow up with the bizarre two-world interplay from this perspective. Trying to remember though how it was that I think the thing about the difference between Zoe and April in the first one is that like April could open actual portals between Stark and Arcadia, but Zoe only travels there like when she's dreaming, because that makes sense. Like she actually physically travels there, and that's like her means of going from one place to another. Or it also has to do with this whole thing about dreams being used to change reality, and I don't know, they never really explain that like properly in any of these games, but they pretty much made it up for the second one, so... And think about it, the first game is actually a pretty cohesive story, so they had to just change and retcon stuff to keep it going, which they keep doing with the framing device in this, which leads to a part of me that's disappointed about how they do it, but we'll get to that in time. Right now, let's see if this person's here.
Madame is in. She's been expecting you.
Apparently in actually means in this time and not just sitting outside.
Castle dweller returns.
I'm really sorry I took so long.
Tut, this is delicate work. Stand perfectly still. Fly, little one.
So you just make that with your hands?
You look tired, Miss Castillo. Is everything all right?
I haven't slept so well.
No. And have you found what you were looking for?
You mean, have I found purpose in my life yet? I guess I'm still looking for some sort of deeper meaning.
Well, ain't everybody.
Expected to strike you like a lightning bolt from a clear sky. Purpose and meaning are rarely revelations, but rather slow awakenings. And meaning is what you make of it. I find great joy and purpose in building my little creatures. So...
Okay.
Any news about our Hannah? I assume that's why you're here today.
She asked me to give you this.
Yeah, as a matter of fact.
She's fine, and that she's working on it?
How did she appear to you? Do you believe her when she says she's fine?
Well, you know, semantics.
I don't want to worry, Queenie, but Hannah did not sound fine. Maybe it'll hurt the campaign, but I don't think I should keep this from her. There's no reason to worry, Queenie. I'm not sure that will help Hannah, or convince Queenie to give the campaign her full support.
Well, you don't even know yourself if she should be doing that, based on what the other guy had you doing.
I don't want to worry, Queenie, but...
So let's be honest with ourselves and with her.
Honestly, I don't think she's fine. She's scared. Her friend Abby told me she's been hiding. She's afraid of something. Someone.
She didn't say who?
Abby didn't know. And Hannah wasn't very forthcoming.
She doesn't trust many people. She barely trusts me, and I have... Well, I hope I've given her enough reasons to trust me. But she's had a hard life, poor girl. I appreciate your honesty, Zoe. Thank you for tracking her down. Where is she now?
Well, how specific do I need to be?
It can't hurt letting Queenie know where to find Hannah. I can probably trust Queenie, but I don't want to betray Hannah's trust.
I think this is a bit more delicate, just with both parties, so...
I made a promise to Hannah.
I understand. I won't press the issue, even though I might be in a position to help her. You have gone above and beyond your duty, Zoe. You have shown that you care about our community. And while I'm still worried about Hannah, at least now I know she's alive. Very well.
You asked for my support, and you have it. I will endorse your candidate. The bricks stand behind Unity and Leah Uminska.
So with her eyes, well... Hell, I was gonna say, like... So we just stay quiet about the fact that we're actually looking into some sketchy stuff right now. Regarding that very thing.
Maybe Unity is involved in something illegal. But if I tell Queenie that, she'll probably withdraw her support, and that will damage our chances in ProPast.
Well, I mean... Did you double check your script? I don't know.
Maybe Unity and Uminska are innocent, but I can't keep the truth from Queenie, regardless of how it affects our campaign.
I think your words are a bit mixed up between both things. Well, we can check the probability, and we'll let you know it. Most people do what I'm about to do.
I wish I could just accept your support, but I can't. Not now.
Oh? And why is that?
Leah Uminska might be involved in something illegal, or at least unethical. We don't know for sure yet.
That is unfortunate. Even the possibility that Unity might be mixed up in something objectionable makes it impossible for me to lend my support to the campaign.
I think that would make any support of any politician impossible, but...
I do hope your investigations uncover no funny business, but I'm afraid this means I cannot support the Social Democrats.
So you just... Nope.
I do, and I'm really sorry.
Just gonna not vote.
If you ever need my help with anything else, I'm here. I owe you that.
Not quite sure what that leads into in that regard, but...
So I'll have to ask you to leave. Good day, Miss Castillo. Oh, before you go...
Yes?
You mentioned you weren't sleeping well. Do you dream?
I guess. Like even right now? That's what constantly means.
Miss Castillo. Do not underestimate them. I remember the first time you visited. I told you you weren't quite here. And you're not. Part of you is lost in dreaming. And part of you is a dream. You're not all here. That worries me. I think more than anything, you need to remember. And you need to wake up.
What do you mean by...
I don't know. Like I said, there is work to be done. But remember, I'm here if you need me.
Okay, so... Oh, I was gonna say, what else do we have to do today? But pretty much answers my question. So one last thing to do for the day, for Zoe's workday here, and that is... Well, not so much workday as it is chore day, I guess. Get this data decrypted and figure out exactly what's going on. You know, if I was in her position, I think I would have waited until after doing this before I said anything about the possibility of corruption or what have you to Queenie, but I guess that would, you know, that kind of reminds me of that. At that point it might as well be like in certain mystery games or mystery stories, or I don't know, well, more mystery games that have like an interactive method where there's a group of suspects and you're actually prompted to guess which one of them is going to be the bad guy before it's revealed. But you know, you might not have an actual solid enough base to base it on at that point, but you're still made to choose. That's kind of what that makes me think of right there, but... Oh well, I guess it's also a conscious design thing. So let's find out what the deal is. I guess we give it to her. The crypto coin or... No. No, we just talk.
1 sec.
Alright, there we go.
Basic encryption. Standard syndicate protocols. Let's take a look.
I don't really know what I'm looking at.
Financial transactions, Petal. Big ones. From various shadow accounts into the party's campaign. Well, fuck me. What do we have here?
Unity's taking bribes.
Well, yes, obviously. These are just standard corporate shadow accounts. Won't be too hard to trace the transactions. No, I'm talking about the rest of it. There are detailed records of meetings between Ominsker and Konstantin Wolf, arranged and attended by Waticorp officials.
Hey, who could have guessed?
Jesus Christ. The Mother Chords have kept files on everything, like it's just business as usual. What a bunch of gandas. And look at this. You know there's been talk about regulating the Dream Machine?
Yeah. Uminsker's been an outspoken proponent for regulation, and
according to this, if Unity wins, Uminsker's going to give Wati a carte blanche to sell dream machines and operate dream emporiums in Europolis.
Is this seriously just
government licensed Dreamtime access
all the bad things I did just TXT?
All the time, unrestricted. So Uminsker's not the messiah this city was hoping for after all. There goes my vote. To shit.
I mean, when the fuck does that even happen?
What are you saying exactly?
Let's be real for a moment here.
Bribes and kickbacks are only part of the story, Petal. I'm saying Uminsker is collaborating with both Konstantin Wolf and Waticorp. And fuck knows who else. Whether it's for money or power or some other reason, who knows? They can't both win the election.
In other words, it's bad.
Badder than bad, Petal. This could be the biggest, baddest thing since the last time Waticorp was in the news for trying to fuck us over.
I still don't understand what Uminsker stands to gain from collaborating with Wolf and European Dawn.
I'm sure the answer's in there. Somewhere. There's terabytes of this shit. We've only scratched the surface. But this is not my problem, it's yours. Take it.
Terabytes of text. Well, I guess that would be a big deal,
What
but...
should I do?
Your data, your problem.
There's even more than that. I think you would say petabytes in the current year trademark.
I would do. This belongs to the world.
Another decade or two, it'll be exabytes, and so on and so forth.
If I were you, I'd publish it, anonymously. Luckily for both of us, you're not me. Whatever you decide, Petal, you'll want to tread carefully. Heads will roll. Make sure one of them isn't yours. Also,
Alright.
don't bring the eye to my doorstep. I'll deny everything and throw you to the wolves. No offense, Gotia.
None taken.
I've uploaded the decrypted data to your iris. It's locked to your voice print. Go do whatever it is that you're going to do, and leave me out of it.
Okay, so we get an option now. Shall we take the data to... You know, the guy who actually told us to... You know, sent us on this whole errand in the first place, or do we... say screw you to all that and take it to... our boyfriend's expose... newspaper thingy. Well, I guess it's more of a blog. This shitty Ender's Game reality. Hey, have you heard about how Orson Scott Card was an early proponent for the big impact that blogging would have in the decades following the publication of his work? Well, I can't believe I had the time to say all that in this fucking loading screen, but I guess I should know better at this point. So what do we got now? Oh, we're getting called by that guy.
Actually,
I guess.
Finished. Where do you want to meet?
The Cabana, on Sonnenschein Plaza. I needed some artificial stimulants to keep me going. Meet me there, whenever you're ready.
Alright. So, you know... actually kind of influenced this by the fact that I did the opposite thing in my previous run-through, but... I think it makes just a little more sense to... you know, do things this way.
Can see it, 'cause at least the
Oh,
laptop
hang
can
on a
tell you
minute.
the stream
What's that sound?
starts. No idea if it's gonna be able to keep up.
What is that sound? Oh, it's... Okay, it's a different tab that I had open that I forgot I had open. Okay. Just gonna have to sort that out real quick, and then the fucking Steam tab decides to get it away for some reason. No, I don't have autoplay videos checked. I don't know why you think I do. This was never the case, but okay. Apologies about that, folks, but it's time to continue. What as I was saying, well, hang on a minute, I need to... Hello. Can I... Okay. Get this little window, which is the hardware monitor, visible too, because I actually kind of want to see how badly this is threatening to fry my GPU and all that. While I play it and stream it at the same time, and I'm pretty sure I turned down the settings for it anyway. I do have a memory of me doing that at almost every opportunity since. Since you know this is 720p, you're not gonna see like every last atom of everything in perfect detail anyway, so... Oh, wait a minute, this the dude with the blue head with those hexagons that I don't know if they're hair or not is over here, and well, he's the one who told us to do this whole thing in the first place and all that, so let's actually talk to him first.
Hey, Cece. Thanks again for helping out.
I never saw you approach.
So, tell me, did you get it?
Oh. Oh, I guess you have to meet with them first anyway.
This data won't just change our lives. It's going to affect millions of people. Is it worth it?
I think so.
Maybe it'd be better to keep it to ourselves and trust that the truth will come out some other way.
And now I might be in a CIA watch list, even though I'm not even a US resident.
I need to tell him what's on that stick. Regardless of what I do next, Baruti deserves to know.
Well, I sure as fucking gonna end up in a watch list on the country that I am in, because no one here gives two shits about rabble-rousing. It's just an assumed fact.
I give it to the hand. I don't think there's a right answer. I just have to follow my gut.
We go straight to the decision, I guess.
What's on that stick? Regardless of what I do next, Baruti deserves to know.
Well, I guess we can start off with this. Let's see.
I looked at the data. I know what it means.
You do?
I had to have it decrypted, and you were right. It's bad. Not only is Unity taking corporate money, they're colluding with Konstantin Wolf. And Uminska's personally involved. I'm sorry,
Jesus, Zoe. Give me the data. I need to see this for myself.
Well, so I'm not too sure about what this is gonna be looking like statistically.
I'll let him take it from here. Well, it can't be up to Baruti to decide what to do with it. This belongs to everyone.
I think we're gonna give it to him just because, like I said, this is actually not what I did the first time, and I want to find out what's going to happen when I do this.
Strange. The future of Europolis in my palm.
Is it really?
What do you do with it?
I'm going to sort through all of it, and then I'll confront the party with whatever I find.
And you're not publicizing it?
What's the alternative?
Well, you know.
The alternative would be to give it to the hand and let them tell the whole world.
Or
We should trust Baruti's judgment.
we can tell him what the alternative is. I mean,
What about taking it to the hand?
I've invested too much of myself to be just a whistleblower.
just a whistleblower. Clearly inferior to keeping these all under wraps.
Maybe there's an explanation. Maybe there's...
Baruti.
How do you know, Sissy? How do you know? It's as simple as them being crooks.
Propust leaks.
Simple, but it's very likely they're doing something illegal.
I'm not willing to accept that without exploring the alternatives. I want to talk to Leia Uminska. I want her to tell me what's really going on.
Just be careful.
One more thing. I think you should quit the campaign. Today. There's no reason for you to get mixed up in this any more than you already are.
Oh.
choice. Well, I don't know, since I guess we only get this if we come this far.
No good will come of me staying.
I think that's a good choice, honestly. There's like too much contrived shit to even make it worth it.
To quit, but Baruti's my friend.
Is he though? Is that your only reason? I think I'm gonna quit.
He's right. I'm so sorry.
Don't be sorry. I'll backdate your resignation to last week to avoid any uncomfortable questions.
Please,
She has got your back.
David. We're still friends. This doesn't change anything.
And you can always say that. That's actually what you care about. So clearly, you know, I really don't think staying on just for the sake of that is worth it, but I think we're ready, so it's time to return home. So I guess even if we miss going with the boyfriend guy up until now, we can still go do that at this point, I'm just guessing. Just to avoid the game having registered that we decided to neglect that, but since there's nothing else left for us to do at this point, let's just go. And end of this part of the I don't know, book, chapter, whatever you want to call it. Please switch to side B so you can continue the other side of things on the other world.
Pile of stuff to do, especially with the...
Don't worry about it.
Maybe let me finish?
I'm sorry. Go on.
No,
Okay.
I mean, with the situation out there, it's like a war zone. Just mad.
I guess this is how people talk.
That's it. That's all I was gonna say.
Okay. Sorry.
We really need to talk, Zoe.
Yeah. Yeah, we do.
I think we also need another loading screen, clearly. Oh. Also excuse my peanut munching, because that is happening every so often. Anamnesis. I feel a mild obligation to find out what that word means. Hang on.
General, you call for me.
Step inside, Vamon.
How do you find your quarters, General?
I find my quarters just fine, Commander. That's not why you were summoned. You see, something's been bothering me.
Mia?
I've spoken to your men at the Keep, and their story is the same as yours. There was a riot instigated by the Resistance. In the ensuing chaos, Apostle Alvani was killed. His body was inconveniently burned in the fire. It was a bloodbath, one that someone will have to answer for someday.
Certainly, General. I will see to it.
I'm sure you will. I also spoke with some of the surviving prisoners. Their story diverged significantly from yours.
That doesn't surprise me. They're a treacherous lot, looking for any excuse to spread discord.
Maybe so. But before the riot broke out, the Warden claims he was ordered to execute the Apostle. By you, personally, Commander.
Lies! The infidel is trying to save his own skin.
Perhaps, but what reason would he have to lie? It doesn't absolve him of any responsibility in regards to the riot. He still awaits his trial at Coldstone. He tells me the noose had been made ready for Alvani to hang at first light. I'm not saying I trust the man. He's a cruel little person. But he appears to respect the chain of command.
And what did the prisoners tell you?
That the riot was set in motion to free the Apostle, not murder him. And that it succeeded.
That's preposterous. Kian Alvane is ashes. He walks in shadow, lost and afraid, far from the glory of the First Mountain and the light of the Goddess.
So you tell me, Commander, and I'd hate to think you're lying to me or omitting the truth. Your relationship with Alvani. There was animosity. You knew each other when you were boys.
Ah, we had run-ins. When we were both on the streets of Sidia, it wasn't uncommon.
I think this is the first we've heard of this.
Bloodier, went deeper than boyish pranks.
It was a long time ago. We were past that.
I want to believe you, Commander. Your position here is important to me. To the Six. To all of Azadir.
Have I not always serve the goddess and my people, Mir? Have I not proven myself to the Six and the Council? To the Seat, to you? Any suggestion that I'm less than faithful? It greatly offends me.
As it should, Famon. I have no wish to discover you've been lying to me. I have no wish to see you placed in chains. I want to believe you. And for now, I do. But I will continue investigating this matter, because something about it is not right. Something about it bothers me. If you know something, I urge you to come to me as quickly as possible before I learn you've kept the truth from me.
I have not. I walk in the light, Mir. Everything I do for my nation and my people.
Very well. You may go.
May the goddess protect you, General.
The light shine upon us all and illuminate our path.
Filmtheory.txt. By the way, anamnesis is apparently the recollection of memories from a past life, so there you go, there's your little prolix verbosity. Perspicacity.
Night, Ulrich!
What news do you have for us, Ulrich?
Right, so a man comes into my bar this afternoon. Azadi soldier, off duty. Has a few beers, starts getting flushed and loose-lipped. Man says there's talk of a raid. This very night, in the Magic Ghetto. And there's a list.
A list?
The ones they're targeting. The ones they're bringing back out again.
But why now? I mean, it's not payback, is it?
He did mention the weapons shipment that got blown sky-high last week. Caused a fair bit of ruckus, that. Was the talk of this place for days. Seems some people enjoy a good explosion. Apparently, the commander of the Azadi Special Forces took it as a personal insult. A commander...
Vamon. He would take that personally.
Also, man said, there's been more weapons and supplies being smuggled into the city, right under Azadi noses. Well, they've caught a few shipments, so they know people are arming themselves in the ghetto, that there's trouble brewing.
The mole's been more cooperative than usual. Whatever you did for her, Kian, it appears to have been appreciated.
So, the way I see it, the Azadi might want to make a decisive strike tonight, before they lose control of Old Town.
Well, they're not wrong. So, we need to find out who's on this list, and we need to know when they're gonna strike and from where, and we need to...
Patience, Inu. One thing at a time. First, we must learn if, when, and where this raid is taking place. Then we must warn our friends, including the mole. And then we must get our own people to safety before the Azadi come.
I have a few contacts I can poke. Liko?
I'll start with our people in the ghetto. Kian, if you could pay the mole a courtesy call.
That won't take long. Is there anything else I can do?
I doubt it. Let's meet back here before midnight.
Will do. Good luck, the both of you.
Watch your back.
Alright, so there's a raid going on, and... and our immediate objective is to warn the mole who's that last of the banda that we saw before. Oh boy, that frame rate.
If I may have a word.
Hang on.
In private.
I
have a message.
I guess we won't be dealing with that for a little bit longer.
Friend, she wishes to see you, alone, as soon as possible. She told me she'd wait for you where all of Old Town lies below us. Wherever that might be. She does like to speak in riddles, that one.
Thanks, Elvig.
And when you do see her, tell her it's time she paid her tab. She won't receive another drop of Merryminstrom until she does.
Alright, I wonder who that could be. Okay. Let's try moving the camera around a little more, maybe sort this out. Okay. Bit by bit. And, yep, surprisingly, you know, instantly we know who he's talking about, that mysterious red hair cloaked girl that we met right in this very tavern. The end of our previous mission. Who apparently knows something about us, but we don't recognize her at all. I actually had some suspicions about this character when I first played this, that's, you know, Thought she might somehow relate to a character or two from the games that preceded, but... But well, we're about to see how this turns out, I believe so. So the cryptic clue she left for us is that she's in a place that overlooks Old Town. Well, that's not what the guy said. He said, place where all of Old Town lies below, and if we go over here, we find one of these maps. Kind of shows us how the layout works. Mercuria. Well, I don't know, the elevation, you know, this isn't really very topographical, but... Apparently Old Town is the more outskirts area, near the docks where the Magic Ghetto is, I think. And this more policed, kind of residential area is the Bones. But as it happens, you know, I guess... Like even right here, with the elevation, you might say that this is still above Old Town, and even if you go up these steps, but... I think that's pretty much what we have to do anyway, because you might recall from a little journey around this area from the previous time we were here that this back place pretty much leads to an overlook, and wouldn't you know it, we know it's Anna even before we get close. Hey, we're right here. I'm gonna step in front of you. You're not gonna react to anything I do until I speak to you, I see. And then it's gonna show this, okay.
It's a nice view, isn't it? I've always found Mercuria beautiful, especially in summer. Of course, those metal tubes are a bit of an eyesore. And that tower... Actually, the tower I quite like.
Why did you want to meet me?
Oh, so impatient. You always were. I've been saving something for a rainy day. Someone, actually. And, well, no rain at the moment, but the forecast for tonight sounds grim.
Oh, also apparently she knows who we are, but she might also know about this riot raid thing.
To pool our resources and share information. She knows something about tonight.
I don't think it's very logical to be very forward with her just yet, so...
Saving someone for a rainy day?
There's an Azadi officer, high-ranking, a captain. He has, an arrangement with a young woman in Old Town. A non-human.
He's fucking a magical.
Eloquent, but yeah, he's fucking a magical. We both know what it would do to his career if anyone found out.
They'd strip him of his rank. He'd be arrested, tortured, most likely sentenced to death.
All for a little blue girl and some exotic sex. Your people are so predictable, Azadi. So easy to compromise. You know, the more things you forbid, the more sins there are to be tempted by.
I guess.
You're a nation of the repressed, a powder keg ready to blow.
But how will this information help us?
Today is this officer's day with his young lady. She has a room near Shady Quay. Our horny captain never goes alone. The fool brings his uniformed knave to keep watch, which is convenient, like a big arrow pointing to the right door. If you were to confront the captain in a compromising position, there'd be no limit to what you could accomplish.
Why give me this information? You could have profited from it yourself.
I have no need for money or leverage. But I thought you could put this to good use. Find out what's going down. Maybe stop it, save some lives, or take some.
I thought you didn't care about the resistance.
I never said that. I never said I did either. But maybe I care for other things.
Why did you bring me all the way up here to tell me this?
Because I don't trust them or anyone. I've been burned in the past.
But why me?
I think she might mean that quite literally.
I trust.
Oh boy, we got a time limit.
This isn't right. I can't reject her. This isn't right. Anna, wait.
Wait, please come back. Oh, she disappeared into nothingness, literally. Well, if it hadn't been for that little outburst at the end, I could have said something like, I guess she's the Kyoko Kirigiri of this game, but no, not quite. Story isn't resolved in such a contrived way, and I, for once, don't mean contrived in a negative way when I say that.
Goddess, I'm tired of standing here night after night with nothing happening.
Jesus Christ, it's like 9. It's 9:15 and people are slamming the door outside. That's nice. Also, oh yeah, he doesn't have a journal. That's inconvenient, but find Anna. Oh, we already did that, okay. So now we need to go warn them all about this, Oh, Hayburn. Good to see you're still watching. But this attack that we don't even know for sure whether or not it's actually going to happen or not, but we're gonna warn them all about it anyway. You know, from that little opening cutscene for this part, I would have interpreted that. Also needed to find out more about it before we did anything like that, but I guess we're going the cautious route. I think it's this way. Yeah, here we go. Ish. Oh, here we go. A shift character.
He's not doing a very good job of being inconspicuous. I need to speak with the mole.
She's not expecting you.
She'll want to hear what I have to say.
Fine. But keep your hands where I can see them.
Alright. And once again we're thrown into this little space where we can't sprint. Can't sprint down the stairs. But we can talk to the mole again. I guess she doesn't need to wear her skull mask when she's talking to us.
Azadi apostate not dead yet? I expect you'd be dead by now. If you live this long, you might even make it to my age, but I don't recommend it. When your bones ache each morning and you can barely hold your liquor anymore, you curse the gods for keeping you alive. You come to warn, Mole, then?
How did you know?
The Mole always know. Whispers travel on the wind and voices reverberates through the soil. There's word of raid happening. Of course, no one know for sure. The Azadi usually stay out of Old Town, afraid to cause ruckus, upset the order of things, afraid of people rising up against them. Though times do change. Whether Azadi attack happen or not, Mole's prepared. Don't you worry about the Mole. Mole has burrows. Beside, it may be time to leave Mercuria altogether. Those infernal machines your people build make my fur stand on end. They crackle, they buzz. They are opposite of magic. Make Mole's head pound. Don't know what they're for and what'll happen when they're all done building them, but Mole don't like it. Don't like it one bit. Something's coming, Kian of the rebels. I smell it. I feel it in my whiskers. In my aching bones. Something unnatural. Something mean. There's no room in Mercuria for magic or for magicals. Not anymore. No. Whether Azadi attack is coming or not, it's time for the Mole to dig other burrows. Or perhaps return home to the birth burrow. Find an old familiar hole to sleep in. Sleep until this shadow has passed. Or until Until we're all of us dry bones beneath the soil. You may consider your warning delivered. This is the last you'll see of me. The last you see of the Banda, the burrowers, the little ones who sing to the soil. My people, all gone. You tell your shepherd she's welcome to everything in my possession. All the weapons and food and medicine. All you need to keep fighting. Watch your hide, Kian of Clan Alvarne. These are dark times, and you're at the heart of it all. Well? Why are you still here? Go! Go!
Okay.
May the soil be ever soft under your feet, Apostle. The fate of worlds falls on you now.
Yeah, I don't know. If you already know what happens later on, I think you could say a lot of what she says in this part isn't quite accurate, but well, that's how we leave them all for now. But hey, our little chore is complete for the time being. One day we'll live to see what happens in the world after we accomplish that. And that day is today. Okay, what else do we have to do now? Find the Asari. Okay, now we actually start investigating. Find the officer somewhere in old... Actually, wait a minute, I think we need to go... I just remembered, I think we need to go further towards the pier, yeah. Because our hint is that there's someone guarding the door, and wouldn't you know it, it's a guy.
He's guarding the door to that house. This must be where that Azadi officer meets his girl.
So we need to create a diversion and catch the guy who's in there. So how shall we create this diversion? I don't think we need to particularly mess with anything here right now. Maybe we can talk to the guy just to see what happens.
There's official Azadi business going on here. You'll want to turn around and walk away.
Alright, so our little cloaking potion that we took at the start of all this apparently doesn't stop that guy from perceiving us, but he doesn't recognize us. So we're gonna have to do things a different way, maybe something... Find something of use here in the market. Is this that kid from earlier?
Hey! Did you find that turncoat you were looking for?
I did, thanks to you.
Did you kill him?
I did not. He's in our custody.
You should kill him. He's a traitor.
Well, sometimes even traitors deserve second chances.
Really? Huh. Are you on another mission?
Perhaps. I'm sorry, boy, but I'm quite busy.
Let me help.
The boy might prove useful, but I don't know how yet.
Or...
I won't put him in any more danger than absolutely necessary.
Well, what danger would that be? I guess. I think you can control this, but right now we just need help, like finding out distractions, so...
The boy might prove useful, but I don't know how yet.
So unless he himself is the distraction...
I don't need help right now, but I'll let you know when I do.
Sure. It's not like I have anything better to do.
Well, you know... Things getting real.
Have you changed your mind? Do you want my help now?
Well, we said that.
I don't need help.
Sure.
Said the exact same thing. I mean, we didn't change our mind about needing his help. We already told him that. Oh, we needed something else. Potions. What's going on here?
I used to sell all sorts of magical merchandise, but those days are over, even here in Old. That sort of thing can get you shipped out to the real population camps. Sorry you couldn't find what you were looking for. Exotic oils, foreign herbs...
Well, what else is here in the Fire flowers and sandwiches. No, it's just and sandwiches.
What can I do for you, friend? Would you care for a tasty sandwich?
Your sign says sandwiches and fire flowers.
Ah, yes. Used to be I made the best fire flowers in Old Town. Spectacular things that lit up the night sky. Sparklers and illuminations, crackers and flyers. But no more, I'm afraid. Alchemy apparently falls under the definition of magic these days, and is therefore strictly forbidden.
Well, that woman over there was selling potions, though.
A savoury sandwich, though. Guaranteed sand and witch free.
Well...
Even if I was hungry, those sandwiches sound dubious. But if it helps divert her attention...
No, how do you know what you would want to do that at this point?
I've seen fireworks in the past. They're spectacular, and they make a lot of noise. I'd like to buy one of your fire flowers.
Can't help you with that, I'm afraid. The Azadi have banned the use of illuminations, crackers, sparklers and flyers. Any and all alchemy.
How about the ingredients? I would only need some of your powders and...
My hands are tied, friend. Or at least they will be if I sell you any of my alchemic powders and potions. The orders are quite clear. There's to be no trade of any sort in magical items. In fact, I should probably clear away those chemicals later today. This place is flush with thieves and mendicants.
So it is. Well, what chemicals? I guess those things right here. Toad testes.
Tiny toad testicles. A common alchemical ingredient here in the Northlands. I've read quite a lot about this.
And Irhadiash.
This stuff is similar to our black powder, except it burns longer and slower. It's a potent explosive that can act as a propellant for both muskets and fire flowers.
And crimson crumb?
Crimson crumb, used for colouring things a deep red.
Oh, that's in the back. Can we pocket any of this?
What are you doing, friend? Are you stealing from me? Surely you're no thief. A tall, strapping fellow like yourself.
Alright, and waxed paper tubing? Missed that before.
This is the tube where all the alchemical ingredients go, in order to make a functioning Bakshivan candle.
So we got all this stuff sitting right here. You know, conspicuously within reach, so...
Can I tempt you with a savoury sandwich? I'm the best sandwicher in all of Old Town. Also, the only sandwicher in Old Town.
It's alright, let's get a sandwich.
Those sandwiches sound dubious. I'll have one of your sandwiches.
Brilliant! Step right over here, friend, to my sandwiching table.
Oh, I see.
Step right over here, friend.
The sign actually say with a T it does. So I guess we need to be here.
Will that be on fried flatbread, steamed yeast bun, or a baked grain roll?
Well, I guess this is a part of your Subway.
I'm quite sure this is unimportant. I really have no idea. Flat fried bread.
Bride flatbread coming... fried bread fed... Balance. Fried flatbread it is.
Is this really a common problem? Well, hey, I'm gonna step over here. No. It doesn't let us do that, so... Now we just need to stand right here, I guess.
Now, meat. Today I have a cured elguan, pickled saltwater snapjaw, and kitten carpaccio.
Kitten carpaccio.
We sometimes had boiled elguan in Friar's Keep. It tasted like footwear, and no matter how long or hard you chewed, the meat would never yield. One bite from a fully grown saltwater snapjaw means a painful and prolonged death for the victim.
Well, clearly there's only one superior choice.
My apologies, that's Kit A carpaccio, a delicacy of the Rose Court. More of a doggy taste to it.
Doggy?
Doggy. It's a bird. Tastes like chicken.
Ah, yes, then that, please.
And just a dash of this and a dash of that and some of this and a bit of that. You better be hungry, you better not be fed. The sandwich maker's knife is cutting up your bread. How about some fermented moon seeds with that?
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Distracted. That does not sound particularly appetizing.
I mean, it's gonna be... There's kind of no use to keeping her distracted at this time, so...
No, thank you.
Suit yourself. Sunny side gets cheese and the other one gets meat. A sandwich maker's craft is, something feet.
You have to sing that while you're doing this?
Oh, would you like some crispy bitter leaf?
Anything to keep her distracted. Not sound particularly appetizing.
I guess not.
No, thank you.
Suit yourself.
10 cents. The sandwich.
Here we are, as ordered. Mostly. I had to make a few alterations. Remember to chew well and don't swallow too soon. Also, if you feel any discomfort whatsoever, a spoonful of vinegar should do the trick. If not, please visit a cured Elgwin meat.
Well, I guess she couldn't get to finish warning us before she got to the end of her pitch, but we have a sandwich now.
In Sadir, these things are called champions. They're often sold outside temples, military barracks, and schools.
So it's actually square. I guess it's like sliced bread instead of rather... you know, based on the way all those options are presented, I thought it was kind of poking fun at the way they serve stuff in Subway. So I kind of expected that to be more baguette shaped, but I don't know. Hey, guess what? We need you to do something.
Have you changed your mind? Do you want my help now?
Actually, in fact, we do.
It might actually turn out to be useful to me. You want to help?
Yeah.
Even if it's dangerous?
What do you think?
What do you know about fireworks?
You mean fireflowers? I know everything. My father makes black Shivan candles for the Festival of Turning every year.
Fine. Follow me.
Yes!
So let's try and... well, I think... okay, I think the way this works is you point him towards something.
Quickly, grab those ingredients.
Can do.
I'll grab those ingredients, but we're gonna have to distract this person.
Get away from there, you little bastard, or I'll call for the city watch.
Okay, I guess we need to initiate this first, and then direct him.
Hello again, friend. Hungry? Peckish? Hankering for a savoury sandwich?
Alright.
If I was hungry, I'll have one of your sandwiches.
Brilliant! Step right over here, friend, to my sandwiching table. Sunny side gets cheese, and the other one gets meat. A sandwich maker's craft. Hey! Hey! What do you think you're doing, you little thief?
Is that not enough? I don't know. I guess that was interrupted.
Can I tempt you with a savoury sandwich?
I'll have one of your sandwiches.
Brilliant!
Do we need to wait until she goes to the other end of things? I don't know.
I perform my sandwiching over here. Not there, but right here.
I'm right here, though. Okay. It detected me being there. Okay. How about now?
Get the chemicals.
No touching. That's
No, it's not while she's leaning down like that. Thought it would be.
Hello again.
I'll have one of your sandwiches.
Brilliant. Step right over here, friend.
Right.
Come along now. You better be hungry, you better not be fed. The sandwich maker's knife is cutting up your bread. Sunny side gets cheese, and the other one gets meat. A sandwich maker's craft is, something feet. A dash of pungent oxy topping, yes or no?
Oh man.
Anything to keep her distracted.
Well,
yes, please.
I guess if you actually say yes to that, okay, then she'll go to the other side.
Get
And
the chemicals.
now's the time. And there we are. Apparently that was enough time for all that, and immediately we have another sandwich.
As ordered. Mostly. I had to make a few alterations. Remember to chew well and don't swallow too soon. If not, please visit a physician post-haste.
And now we actually got to see how that ended. Okay. Or here. So where'd the guy go? Oh, there he is. So let's see what you got.
How was that?
That was perfect. But remember, stealing is wrong.
You told me to steal.
In this case, it was justified. But don't steal. You'll lose a hand or your head.
Here's the stuff.
Alright, toe testes. Waxed paper tubing. Hardy ash and the red thing. Crimson what? Crimson crumb. Which apparently came from that other stand. Also essence of sunworm. Didn't see that one before.
You said your father taught you how to make fire flowers.
Well, sort of. He made Baksheevan candles, and I watched him make them. But he never let me do it myself. Said it might blow my fingers off or burn my eyes out, but I can give you instructions.
Fair enough. What do I do first?
First, make the glowy balls.
Make the glowy balls.
How to make the glowy balls, but when my dad did it, the balls came out all glowy.
Well, let's examine this thing that we don't quite know what it does.
From what I can recall of my alchemistry, essence of sunworm is produced by leaving the worms out in the sun until they blister and ferment, after which they're squashed and filtered into bottles.
Well, it seems kind of bright in the bottom of the bottle, so what if we mix this with the toe testicles? Well, there we go.
Now you need to make the fire powder somehow. My father was never too clear on how that part's done.
Fire powder, well, we have ash.
It's powder that went psst when it was lit.
Well, isn't it just this? Do we combine it with crumb, I guess?
All that's left is to combine all the ingredients in a tube. That should be easy, right?
I guess, yes.
Start with the fire powder at the bottom.
You could have told me that a little earlier.
And then the glowy balls on top, until the tube is full.
There we go.
Looks okay. I'm not sure how well it's going to work, but there's only one way to find out.
I guess there is, so... Can we tell him to stop now? Because I don't know if we need him for this next part, but... Is there only one way? To assume that this guy's gonna get distracted enough with this firework that he's gonna do something about it, but... How would we go about setting that off? I guess we have no choice, but... Oh wait. To rely on this... We just give it to him.
Here you go, boy. Now don't light this before I tell you.
I guess we're gonna have to use him.
I'll be careful, I promise. I
Okay.
can't wait to see how this one burns.
Well, guess what?
Use the fireworks to distract the guard away from that door.
Yes, yes.
Well, how are you gonna light it, though?
Hey, hey!
Well, it's just like a sparkler, I guess. And it's like throwing little pellets up in the air, I guess. Well, that took some doing, but we finally did it. We're inside this house with the compromising of the guy. And we're about to see exactly how well our efforts are about to pay off.
What in Shadow's name are you? Apostle! You're dead!
Yes, that's how that works.
He won't hurt you again, child. I promise. Leave. Do not come back.
My head's hurting. Why is my...
All the way your jaw is clipping through.
What's happening?
The color of your thing there.
Who are you? Where's Ramin? Why am I tied? Alvani, you're not dead. Oh, in Shadow's name. I'll pay you. I'll make you wealthy. I'll get you a pardon from the tower and...
Shut your mouth. I need information.
What do you mean by
If you speak out of turn again, I'll cut off your dick and shove it down your throat. The raid tonight.
I don't know anything about a raid.
He doesn't, but I guess we're determined to find out, so...
He will lie. Unless I show him what happens when he does. Unless I cause him pain.
I think we can do this sort of a gradual escalation thing, but...
I cannot justify torture. I'll have to convince him to talk to me, and trust that he reveals the truth.
Let's try doing it that way. I think that's the logic behind picking this. At least that's how I see it.
You believe you have more to lose by speaking to me. You're wrong. You've been consorting with a magical, a Dolmari, a child. You know the punishment for even one of those crimes is execution. All three. They will make an example of you. They'll string you up in the tower square. They'll sever your genitals, gouge your eyes out, dip your feet in molten metal. They'll make you suffer unbearable agony. You will plead for death. And death will come. But slowly. Slowly. Tell me what you know, or the tower will learn of your crimes.
There will be a raid. In the Magic Ghetto, before the sun rises tomorrow. I'm not part of it. I haven't been in the meetings, I don't know the details. But they plan to root out the rebels and the collaborators hiding in Old Town. Some they'll exile to the islands. Others they'll kill. As punishment for siding with the Resistance, as a warning to others. That's all I know. I swear to it on my mother's office.
Let's go over this again. Tell me everything you know.
Let's go over this 5-second message again.
Don't kill me. I won't tell anyone about this. About you, I can't. They'll execute me. I'll do anything. I'll spy for you. I'll feed you information from inside the tower. Just spare me. Please. For the love of the goddess, I beg you.
Kill him or spare him? I don't know. We already threatened him with...
Reveals what happens here.
What happens if we tell someone about what he did?
And his crimes are too grave. There's always a risk that he will reveal what happened here. But if I spare his life, he could be of value to us.
It's kind of a completely different viewpoint than each one for once.
He has much to lose if he reveals what happens here. But I can't risk it. And his crimes are too grave.
So his crimes are too grave, and in both instances we consider that he might snitch. I think, based on what we told him before, it's kind of unlikely that he will, because then he'll have to explain everything, and then...
There's always a risk that he will reveal what happened here.
I think if we just threatened him and made him understand all that, I think this is only the logical follow-up, and I had a feeling, yeah.
Betray me, and the tower will know what you did. Even if they spare your life, I will find you, and I will make you pay.
Yes, yes! I swear on the first mountain. I won't speak a word of this. I'll give you all the information I come across, everything.
You'll return to this place every week to meet an agent of ours. Your guard will believe you still visit your girl.
Of course, Apostle. Thank you.
Shut up before I cut your tongue from your mouth. I'll release you now. But you'll stay here until your guard knocks on the door. We'll know the instant you break your oath.
Well, another set of tasks complete, so... Well, things have been going on for a while with this second book. Pretty sure that's what we're on right now. It's the second, fifth overall part of this whole story. Actually, wasn't sure if there was going to be another interlude with, or if there is going to be another interlude with this Zoe half of the story after this or what. Well, apparently we're not done with this quite yet, though.
Where's the guard?
He's in a mud cellar, stuck to his knees in Elgwyn dung. He'll be busy for a while.
You did good, Bib.
What happened in there? Did you get what you needed?
I did. Listen, you can't stay here in Old Town. The Azadi are coming.
I'm not afraid of the Azadi.
Nevertheless, you need to leave. I'll bring you to the Enclave, and you'll be safe with...
I'm not going anywhere. This is where I live. What if my parents come back? They'll be looking for me.
You're not safe here. I'm sure your parents would be happier knowing you're with us.
You just want to put me in an orphanage.
Wait. Shadow. Children.
Oh, children. All time for another loading screen. What will this one load into, though? Isn't that the eternal question? Well, even though I think these loading screens should go by just a little faster, considering that this is PC and all,
is asking questions.
It's hardly the worst I've ever seen.
We must find Kian before...
I'll make sure Harmy's attentions are directed elsewhere. Tonight's raid on the Magic Ghetto will be a good start.
What did he say?
The General tells me that my men are sticking to the story, but that some of the prisoners are spreading rumors. It's of little concern. They will not live to see another interview.
And arouse more suspicion. Don't be a fool, Vermon.
Don't ever call me a fool.
Then try not to act like one. Who else did he speak with?
The Warden.
What? I thought you were taking care of that problem.
You're the one who worries about arousing suspicion. I couldn't simply have him executed. There are laws.
And now the General has a witness.
An infidel's testimony can never be used against Trueborn.
But his words can fuel further investigations.
The General will soon have other matters to concern himself with. We're stepping up the deportations and we're close to completing the machine. After that, Kian's death will be low on his list of priorities.
And in the meantime, the General is pursuing leads.
Like I said, tonight's raid will distract him.
How so?
Because it won't go well. The rebels will strike. Many of his men will die, our forces will be on high alert, and, as Supreme Commander, it'll be Harmy's job to clean up.
He will blame you.
And I will take responsibility. And action. There will be little time for his investigations. By the time the situation is under control again, other matters will have taken precedence. We will keep the General's attentions elsewhere until our mission here is done. And then,
No one will challenge us. I hope you're right.
I always am. Come here.
This is not the time for...
I'm as hard as Nigali steel. This is exactly the time.
"500 years later, making Shakespeare proud." Well, closer to 400, but still. Actually, didn't know that there's an actual precedent in flavor text for that line with the nail and the blowing up shit puzzle in the first book.
Not a whole lot. No one's talking. There's not even a whisper of a raid.
And apparently there is gonna be one.
This loose-lipped, drunken Azadi was merely a braggart. Also, merely a braggart? I've been around you guys too long. I'm starting to speak like a sullen warrior.
I went looking for our people in Old Town. They're standing by for my word. I don't want to pull them out of the city until we know for sure what's happening. Let's hope for their sake Anu's right, and there's no raid tonight.
The raid is taking place, just before sunrise. We still have several hours.
How did you come up?
Hey, Big Blue, let him speak.
The plan is to arrest as many magicals as possible, along with rebel sympathizers. It's a show of strength. They want us to be scared.
Where did you get this information, Kian?
From a trusted source. I met her here before we...
Mystery Woman! I remember Mystery Woman! Well, I remember you talking about Mystery Woman. She's a friend of Ulvik's, right? We can definitely trust her.
She told me about an Azadi officer who visits with an underage Dalmari girl. And she told me where to find him.
He was with a child? That's sick.
And did you find him?
I did. He told me that this will be their biggest raid on the ghetto so far. Given his rank and the precariousness of his situation, I believe him.
How did you get him to talk?
When he understood his predicament, he was perfectly willing to spill his guts.
I don't know.
Seriously? I mean, I'd much rather trust Kian's source than mine.
What if this source of yours is playing you for a fool? What if it's bait, meant to draw us out and distract us?
No Azadi would commit a mortal crime in order to set a trap. His soul is damned to the shadow for eternity.
I think we should listen.
Maybe your information is trustworthy, Kian, but I'm not willing to bet our position in Old Town on it. We'll tell our people to be vigilant. If there is a raid, at least they'll be forewarned.
You're making a mistake.
We'll know soon enough, Azadi.
Where's the officer now?
I let him go. He might prove a valuable asset in the future.
Will he not simply go straight to his masters?
I have information that would lead to his execution. Should his commanders learn the truth, he'll keep his silence.
But you let a child molester walk free. Was that because he's one of yours? And because the Domari girl is just another filthy magical? I won't soon forget this insult, Azadi.
So what, no
it's
coming
worth,
back?
Sam, I think you did the right thing. I mean, he deserves punishment for what he did to the girl, but to have a source inside the tower? This could change everything.
It's time we headed back to the Enclave.
Don't worry. At least we have a potential spy in the tower. The mission wasn't a complete wash. And don't mind Liko. He thinks that unless someone gets tortured, the information is worthless. That says more about him than it does about you, to be honest.
Right, I guess that was the consequence of all the choices we made back there. Pretty much just to illustrate that. So, how many more of these are we gonna get? How much longer until we're at the transition point? The actual transition point. Time to find out. Any day now. Well, based on the sounds, we're not quite done with stuff yet. It's right, I guess we get to actually see the raid happening. Forgot about this. And of course he's in the middle of all that. Meanwhile, while the dragon symbol keeps spinning, round and round it goes. But it stops for a moment, and everything lights up only for it to unfreeze a few moments later, nobody knows. Oh boy.
Who's there? You? However did you get here?
Getting a glimpse of a familiar face there. Though I don't think we'll be introduced to that, or reintroduced to that, quite yet. Oh, instead, let's go to Thursday, August 10th, 2220. And see what Zoe's up to now, I guess. There's gonna be more dreams with the Venar, or what? Also, why does she have one of those? Guess I must have missed the part where there was a reason for that being there. She's pretty much against that. I guess we can read about it. Just spending every waking hour worrying about whether I did the right thing or not. Giving the data to that guy. Is it a ruse? I don't know. I might find out, but I don't know. Our relationship lingers. It's precious little programming and plenty of running around doing shitty errands. Pays the bill, but I'm not happy. Well, that doesn't really explain what we're doing with this thing.
Things didn't go too well the last time I connected to a dreamer.
Yeah, I think that's because... Or that's partially because... Actually, I don't remember if the last time was when she was attacked by the Asian twins in the fringe thing. Or if that was when her mother put her into that coma. Well, I guess we're left with little choice here.
What is it doing to people's heads? I don't trust it, and I don't trust Watty.
Then why do you have it? No, I guess we just stare at it for a while. And still left with no explanation as to why she has that in her home. Since pretty much her entirety of her character before that, or a big part of it, was
Do you have a second?
just speaking out against it.
Are you done? I need those bots to go out tomorrow.
Almost done. I was wondering if I could leave a teensy bit early today.
Be kind. Rewind. Almost?
Mostly. I'm mostly done.
In your experience, Petal, what's my answer to a question like that?
One filled with expletives. But it's really important that
Of course it's fucking important. It's always important. It's never not important. You wouldn't be asking if it wasn't important, would you, Kuchia? So what's so important that you feel it takes precedence over the work I pay you to do?
It's my friend, Baruti. I haven't heard from him lately, and I'm worried about him.
And you can't just message the Bunjot like a normal person?
I have. I did. He hasn't responded. I wanted to stop by the campaign office to see if he's there.
You know, there are ways of tracking an iris on the wire.
I want to do this the legal way, Mira. For once. Please.
Suit yourself, Jodu. You can abandon your responsibilities, but I will dock your pay.
I'd expect nothing less.
Just be here extra early tomorrow to, I don't know, what do you hate doing the most?
Sitting at my terminal learning more about neural programming. I really, really hate that.
Mopping floors. That's it. you'll come extra early to mop the fucking floors. All right?
Yes. Fine. Sure.
Okay, well, back to this reality, I suppose we go, where we haven't heard from campaign guy for a while. So I guess we're gonna look into exactly what he's doing and probably run into something improbable while we're trying to do so. That's typically how things work, I've come to expect in this little world. Well, of course, the loading screens are more than probable. They're a fact of life, more or less.
Zoe!
Oh.
I'm glad you got in touch. I miss you, Sissy.
Could have done this 2 seconds ago.
I must be busy, but I'll ring you back as soon as possible. There are things I need to talk about, and you're the only one I can talk to.
Okay. Does that change what we need to do? I don't know. So, I'm actually not entirely sure where the headquarters are. I thought they were back here. Yeah, I think they are. Actually, I almost forgot about it, but we have to go there in the first book. 2. And I think quite conveniently, the entrance to this souk area is also barred off right now, of course. Which is exactly where we need to go, so let's go on a little roundabout, because we can always use the exercise. But I think it's right there anyway. Like, just straight ahead. It would have been if those barriers weren't there. Yeah, here it is. 2220 Voltlia. Well,
Our campaign office. It's a hole in the wall, but Baruti has made it a very presentable hole in the wall.
I don't know about those posters though. Oh boy, it's our favorite time again.
Baruti? Are you here? It's Zoe. I'm
pretty sure I didn't see this before. Oh shit. Oh shit. That's different.
Jesus. Baruti.
This is an encrypted message. Where did we first meet?
I'm sorry?
Where did we first meet?
I actually don't know.
We got lunch from Nella's food cart, and then we walked down to the bricks while you interviewed me. We stopped at the...
Hey, Sissy. I hope you're okay. I'm sorry for dragging you back into this mess, but I need your help. Again. I've been through all the data now, and this goes much deeper than we could have imagined. It's about a lot more than bribes and payoffs. It all connects back to Wati Corp, to the Dream Machine. It's about giving Wati a carte blanche to take over. Everything. That's what the clampdown is all about, Zoe. Wati Corp controls the syndicate. They want people off the streets, locked up at home. They want us to always be connected to dream machines. They want us hopelessly addicted to dream time. In order to pull that off, they've bought everyone. The Alliance, European Dawn, Unity, Uminska. The only party that's not in their pockets at this point is Manifesto. And what can they accomplish? They're powerless. I didn't want to get you involved, but I desperately need your help. We need to expose this to the world. But first, I need to confront Leia Uminska. I need to look her in the eye and ask if she knew.
that's
I
gonna
still
help.
can't
How?
believe
Well,
if she's involved, there must be some other explanation. I trusted her.
I don't think it's very surprising we already
If you
saw
received
the
this message,
aftermath of
then
that.
Something probably went very wrong, and I'm gone. Please, take this recording and the data to the hand as soon as possible.
Yeah, but did
I
she
left
even
a
have
copy
the
of my
data on
findings
the...
somewhere safe.
I guess not.
Remember where we ended up that first day? That's where you'll find it. Good luck, Zoe.
So I guess she didn't have a copy after she gave the stuff back to him, so now I have to find the other stash that apparently he hid. And because this is all information that you don't learn unless you actually go through these scenes, I actually don't know where that is. I think the guy actually lives if you don't give him the information, from what I can remember, but of course he gets angry at you because you don't let him decide.
But I'll message you or ring you back as soon as I can.
Please call me, Reza. It's urgent.
Zozo? What's going on?
I'm sorry, Nella, but I really need your help. Can you come meet me?
Actually, I was just about to call you and ask you a favor. Where are you?
Unity Campaign headquarters. Please come right away.
On my way, Zoe. Just stay where you are.
Okay.
I need to get somebody to help cover our ass right now.
He's dead. He's been shot. He's in there.
What?
He left me a message. It went straight to my iris. I think he knew that someone was going to...
Wait here.
You know, you would think
Right now.
there'd be, more...
And end up in a syndicate interrogation room? Bad idea, I'd say.
But we can't just
bit more care with leaving a dead guy there, but...
You can't stay here. Find a public terminal, send an anonymous tip to Europolice, and then go home.
Okay. Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Look, I'm sorry. I have to run. There's something I need to... Can you do me a favor? I was actually about to call you when you rang. I need you to keep this safe for me, just for a little while.
What is it?
Something personal. I don't want to lose it, and I don't want anyone to... Just keep it safe, please.
Okay. What's going on, Nella? Are you okay?
Am I okay?
Oh man.
I just walked in on a corpse.
Well, so did I mean...
I can't imagine what you're feeling right now, but I really need to go. Will you be okay?
Yeah. Yeah, I'll be okay.
Good. And remember, don't stay here. Bye, Zoe.
Yeah, we probably should have, you know...
Something's not right.
Not stood right here to, discuss this in plain sight, but... No, apparently we can't let it go, and we're going to oh so sadly follow her to find out where she's going. So I wonder what she gave us, this box. Can't really check it out right now, it seems. And we still don't have that extra information that Baruti left behind. Because we don't know where it is. Well, at least I don't know. Presumably Zoe knows. Oh, we can't actually go too fast because I guess she'd see us then. Or at least I don't think this is like a stealth section like you would see, or like what kind of was in the first book with blowing up the weapons. You know, there's actually an achievement that you get for that, at least in the Steam version, where when you inevitably get caught, well, I'm pretty sure it's possible to complete that without getting caught, but when you do get caught, you get an achievement saying, basically, oh, you thought there wouldn't be stealth sections in this game, you know how much you loved them in the first Dreamfall thing. Well, at least I don't think there's any combat sections, those were like the real highlights. I'm sure you'll agree if anyone remembers that. Well, I remember the fusion of... I remember the part that glitched up with April doing the Jesus pose in the tunnel in the second game. And just kind of gliding around. That's actually a mix of stealth sections with unwinnable combat sections if you fail the stealth sections, or practically unwinnable. I don't know all the outcomes of that, but well, we're here, and
Is a security announcement. All eye operatives are authorized to use deadly force. Avoid crowds. Stay safe. Stay inside.
and she's running towards the building with something in her hand. Sean? We can try to run, but I think it's a lost cause at this point. So let's stand at a distance, or not. No, apparently it interprets that we ran towards her, even though we did just the opposite. I kind of wonder if there was a way to end this section, you know, without this happening. I guess if there is, I didn't do it right. Who's this? Well, we don't know, but I have the feeling we might if we were paying attention to a certain somebody that might have been keeping tabs on Zoe through shadowy means before. Of course, even if we recognize that figure, we don't actually know who they are, so... So I guess we're back in the hospital. Some things never change. And that's the end of the second book, and all our decisions have been recorded for book 3. Let's see what those decisions are. Those book 2 rebels, I guess. Took the time needed to identify the right person, alright, so... whether or not we're able to identify the right traitor in the old town or not. Why did he say my life? Apparently we're able to have a different thing happening there, but I don't know. I guess maybe depending on what you do until that point, he doesn't do that, I don't know. I really couldn't tell you, but what about this? Why might pass judgment? Well, I guess this is whether we snitch on Nare or not. Of course we didn't. Until I recall, I won't be able to remember, so... she places importance on her memories, I guess, when she's talking to Queenie for the first time. And giving Baruti the data that we get at the end of that encryption part, or decryption. We chose not to kiss that mysterious waif. Torture is never justified, so we didn't torture the guy, we just threatened him, and we let him go because we let him know through our threats that he was pretty much host either way. If he decided to turn on us. So that was book 2, and got a little bit... oops, hello. So clearly I need to... well, even if that didn't, that made the thing disappear, but even if that didn't register in the screenshot, I have the recording, so... giant arrow, of course. Let's start book 3 since I get about an hour more of stream that I am willing to put into this game right now. Oh boy, I think we're gonna get another section with this child. Interlude to another place and another time in a house between. Well, I hope you enjoy the ambiguity of this part, because it's never gonna get fucking explained exactly what this place is.
You come to the kitchen.
I can tell you that right now. Papa's calling from the kitchen. Well, We're too busy reading in front of the fireplace though, I guess. But okay.
It's so pretty.
So we can say that the fire is pretty.
It's so pretty.
And we can...
It doesn't hurt me. But Papa gets upset when I do this.
Yes, stick our hands in the fire. Apparently she doesn't get hurt by the fire, which is kind of weird. It's a little bit questionable, and I guess because we're loading a new map. Oh boy. Damn it, Dad. Because we loaded a new map, I guess we're having a little bit of a hard time loading all the environment smoothly. Let's just walk around a bit. What was your first clue? Now what do we got over here? Books.
I've read all of them at least twice already. I want to read a new book.
Well, you know, isn't your mother a writer or whatever? Because clearly you have green skin and you live in this ambiguous place between worlds. You need to be a writer.
I want to learn. I want to be a singer-songwriter.
Of course you do.
I'm singing and playing a guitar.
Hey Dad, can you hear me? Listen to what I'm doing instead of listening to you. I want you to take it all in. Oh yeah, what's this door actually?
That door is a special door. It goes into the wall.
Oh yeah, I guess this is after that thing happens that we might learn about now or not. It goes into the wall. Yep.
Wall.
I don't think we had... Yeah, we didn't have the option to do anything really with the doors before, since we were an infant and all.
Mama's really pretty. I don't remember her much.
So yeah, Mama's not around anymore. That's a surprise. So let's get into the kitchen, I guess. Let's stop
Saga!
keeping this guy. Hey, I'm here already.
Balance took you so long.
Well, you know.
I don't care. I know you heard me. Please don't test me.
Well, I mean, what are you doing there anyway?
Apology accepted.
Something in the sink.
I need you to do me a favor. You know I love your beautiful drawings, but I don't like it when you leave them all over the place. Can you please pick them up, put them in your room? And after that, I need you to start your homework.
Why is it called homework? I'm always home.
What do you mean?
Oh boy.
Why is it homework when I never go anywhere? I think it should be called just work.
Excuse me? Have you heard of capitalism?
And you're right. I need you to clean up and then do your work.
First of all, how dare you? Well,
But I don't want to clean up now. I'm busy.
busy doing what?
I don't want to clean up yet. But I don't want Papa to get angry.
Let's be a little rebel.
Just a little bit more time. Please. Please.
You've had plenty of time already, Saga, and I need your help. I can only do so much on my own.
But I promise I'll do it very, very soon. I just want to play a little more.
Please, sweetheart. I'm very tired. I'm trying my best, but you're not making it any easier when you fight me on every little thing.
All right, all right. I'll start cleaning up already.
As soon as you've finished, I'll help you with your with your work.
Okay.
Okay. Also, what is going on with these handles here? They're like actual handles on the thing, or... And it makes it look like there's a chisel stuck in the drawer sides, edges. So we need to collect all of our drawings and put them away, I guess. I don't remember where they are. I think this part is actually kind of a slog.
I don't go to the downstairs without Papa.
Surprisingly enough.
I don't like it down there. It's cold and dark and it smells funny.
Also, the lag is still quite real from time to time. So, well, there's one.
Oh, I forgot I hid this drawing there. It was a game I was playing. I can't reach it from here.
Well then, there you go. It has to fall out. I don't know why it was stuck to the side before, if it just fell out like that, but okay. I don't know if we can, the big city. Oh, I think we can actually identify some of this stuff.
The girl who wants to be an artist and is named after spring lives all by herself in a big city.
Stop me if you've heard this one before. So where are the rest of these things gonna be? I think there's one of them in the ceiling in one of these rooms. Well, I sure am glad I have to look around all this much and see that glorious V-Sync in action. That's her room now. Well, it was before. But I don't think there's gonna be... I don't remember. Maybe there is gonna be a drawing in here.
Papa gave me that for my birthday. It plays beautifully.
There are 8 left.
It opens up.
Can you do that now?
I need a key to open it. I wonder where I put that key.
I don't know. But I don't know if with the one drawing that we find so far in one room. Of course, there's one behind the door. What's this one about?
The girl meets her real mama. She's... Yes, I'm cleaning up.
Damn it, Dad, I'm trying to do exposition here.
The girl meets her real mama. She's made of light and it's all white. Someday the girl will become her mama.
I don't think I remember that part, but okay, whatever you say. So...
That's where the Fae live. I've decorated the house for them.
There's apparently a drawing in there too that I can barely see. There's another white dragon drawing. White dragon reborn, white dragon.
A pretty girl is talking to a white dragon. This is the beginning of the story.
The beginning of the story, I thought, was trying to get a brook flowing again so that a tree could help save a dragon egg. Which was also her, I don't know. That part was honestly pretty confusing too, like in the grand scheme of things, but... You know, the way they try to retcon shit in this one doesn't really help things. Can we go up the stairs now? Well, there's a shadow here, and apparently it's also a solid invisible wall for us.
That's an umbrella. Papa says it's for rain. Fancy ladies use this.
Oh, really?
La 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 la, I'm a fancy lady. I'm a fancy lady.
Are they from the 1930s? I don't know.
I think maybe Mama was a witch and she used this to fly. Papa's big boots.
Can you put them on?
If you could walk in my boots just one day, Saga.
But it looks like she might. But maybe it would impede her ability to bend at the knee. What about the hat?
Papa wears that sometimes when he goes out.
Is that like a zebra, Dalmatian pattern? What's going on there?
Don't go outside, Saga. Eat your dinner, brush your teeth. Blah, 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 blah.
That seems kind of euphoric all of a sudden. Also, how come the texture on the hat changes completely between when there's another one?
Papa wears that sometimes when he goes out.
Between when it's there and when she actually puts it on.
Don't go outside,
Spots
Saga.
disappear.
Eat your dinner, brush your teeth. Blah, 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 blah.
And it creates the same scene, I'm glad. I'm so glad that we have that. So where are the rest of our drawings? I think that might be one, yeah. First shift. Did she seriously put up another picture?
Dunno.
Alright, then I'll just make something I want to eat.
No, fish and chips.
We're not having fish and chips, darling. I'll make a stew.
Not again.
Why even ask?
I said okay.
What kind of fucking hearing do you have where you can hear me mumble when I'm this much distance away?
I don't like that picture. It keeps changing. I think it's a lie.
Is that an actual picture? I don't know. Can't really see it all that great because of the constant eye icon, but it's like animals, deer, and a fox running? I don't know. Apparently, though, it keeps changing, whatever you say.
Mama's really pretty. I don't remember her much.
So what's this other dragon about? This dragon destroying.
Travels from her big city to another city in another world, where she learns about magic.
Uh-oh. Bitrate, what are you doing? Are you having troubles too? Yeah. Well, you only dropped a few frames at least in the grand. The grand total of all that. So where are the rest of these things? How many are missing now? 5. Oh, great. I'm so glad that this is necessary. Can you grab the book?
The new book.
No, you have the same reaction as with the other books. So is there nothing on the ceiling here? No, I guess you wouldn't be able to reach it anyway. Well, there's that symbol, the balance symbol. Had you also seen the chapter intro screens from the first game? But in that one it's actually dynamic. Oh, bitrate, please. Okay. Please, rave party. At least in this, 2 years later, the rave parties have much higher numbers that they happen with. So that's how far we've come.
I've read all of them at least twice already.
Right, I forgot. So there's no other drawings in this room. Right, game, I'm taking your word for it. I hope you won't disappoint me. You probably will. Oh, there's one, I think, between the books. Oh, this part, if it's the one I think it is. Yeah.
The girl who is spring fights an evil witch. The witch is the servant of something much, much older. She calls it the Yaga.
A little bit of foreshadowing there, but the Gribbler, which is what the part of the first game that's referencing, never spoke about being the servant of anything. They just retconned that for this. Mr. Ragnar Tornquist, I think, was in charge of all that, and the Rolling Man. They really make a big deal out of this, and not just in this game, but in the second game as well.
The man with the wheels shows the girl how to get back to her big city. He hides his shadow inside him.
Yeah, Brian Westhouse. Yes, I heard this. I didn't mean to make you say that again. But all Brian Westhouse was just like a guy, an alcoholic in the first game. He was just like some other guy who also managed to travel between the worlds. And why did they ever expand his role from that into something else when they decided to make the sequels? Okay, there are 3 drawings left, and for all I know, they're all in this room, the kitchen. Yeah, there's nothing there on the table. It's like the only place I haven't exhausted yet. Apparently the kitchen is the most lag-prone room in this house. I don't know why. I guess it must be all the polygons. It burns your retinas. Oh, there's one.
That's high up. I don't think I put that there. It must have flown up by itself.
Well, can you get up there? Or do you need that to get it?
High up. I don't think I put that there. It must have flown up by itself.
What is it?
It's a drawing I can't reach.
Alright. Lead the way. I'll give you a hand.
Alright. Well, here it is, my lackey.
How in the balance did that get up there?
I don't know. Can you help me get it down?
Of course. Come here, I'll give you a lift. Go on, stretch as far as you can.
Can't you just get it yourself? Oh.
A little further. Got it?
Got it.
Well, I didn't really grasp it, but...
You keep growing, you'll soon be able to reach that high on your own.
Dad, are you underwater?
Mama is tall. Taller than me. She could have... Let me see that drawing. This is nice work, Saga. You're better than I ever was at your age. Who is this?
That's Crow.
Who's Crow?
A talking bird. When's Mama coming home?
Saga.
Well, you said is, not was. Mama is tall. So when's Mama coming home?
I honestly don't know if she ever will, sweetheart.
But she is out there somewhere?
I think so.
Okay, if she's out there, I'll find her and bring her home. I promise. Thanks for the lift.
You're welcome.
Okay. So I guess we needed to have that little Palos thing.
Told you already, Uncle Gareth.
Who now?
Oh yeah. Well, he's not my real uncle. Can't we go visit someone instead?
You already know the answer to that question, Saga.
It's not fair.
I know it's not, and I'm sorry, but I need you to behave and be polite to Galeth. All right?
All right.
Alright. So we need 2 more drawings, and I don't know where they are, but apparently this is the wireless. And that doesn't say anything if we mess with that. So there weren't... I guess there aren't any more in this room. Where could the last drawings be? Also, do we get a different description if we examine this in the inventory?
The girl makes a new friend, a talking bird. The bird's name is Crow.
I don't think that happened right outside the Venar's house, though, which I think that's what that's supposed to be. Can't open or even acknowledge the existence of that door, so... Okay. What else could there be?
Hugsy! He's my friend. Sometimes at night, he talks to me in a funny voice.
I see.
I like my shoes. They're pretty.
I got game, please. Oh, what was that? Hang on. Okay, apparently she can do that. I never knew this was possible. It seems something on the other side of that door. Oh.
Oh, that's where I left the key.
Well, there you go. I'm glad that was... They programmed in those subjects so that it was possible to do that. That was very wise decision, so...
I need a key to open it.
Okay, let's open it.
I wonder where I put
Oh, there's a drawing inside, of course. It's a tiny one, I guess, among the stars. Is this when she gets cast away?
It's the end of the story. The girl leaves the tower between worlds. She doesn't know where to go, but Crow's with her. She'll be fine.
Okay, no, this is after she's told that she's... Hey, you're not as important as you thought you were. Good luck figuring out what to do now. And she gets all angsty about it.
Mama's really pretty. I don't remember her much.
And that leads into the way she was characterized in the second game. Kinda. So, where's the last drawing? Apparently there's only one left. Where could it be? I wonder who could be behind this disappearance.
Ground control to Major Tom.
Of course. I don't know. I guess this can't be the 1930s if they're listening to David Bowie. So I seriously can't go up here, because there's like... Well, what if we turn on the lights? Okay, never mind. There's a shadow that we can't...
Papa's room.
Okay, there's the last drawing.
And also the attic.
We can't traverse at all. The attic is scary.
No, I didn't leave any drawings in the upstairs.
Okay, but there is one right here though, so... Stone disc.
All the drawings. I'll tell Papa I'm finished.
But you haven't arranged them chronologically. Clearly you can't... but seriously you can't jump from one end to the other. That's pretty dumb. Well, let's see.
In this room, the girl is looking for the 4 stone pieces.
Well, if this is a part that I think it's supposed to be, I don't think there were buildings like that in the Merum place. It looks like that whole thing is underwater, judging by the you know, completely overpowering blue lines, scribbles.
Done.
Already? Good job, darling. I'll help you with your homework in...
My work.
Your work, right. Your schoolwork. I just have to finish up here. Why don't you take the drawings to your room and put them in the right order? I'll be there soon.
Okay.
Well, now we have to order them, I guess. In the right order. Why would Dad ask us to put them in the right order, though? I mean, it doesn't seem like he actually knows what they're about automatically, but okay. I guess if you didn't play the first game, you're supposed to guess what the order is based on what she says about each one. Yeah, it sure is quite tonight. But I don't know. What would be the first one? I guess the White Dragon. I don't even know if it tells you if you're right or wrong until you put all of them down. I don't remember what part of that is, but I guess it's not at the beginning. Okay, what else do we got? Big city. Shift, what's, that's a Gribbler, right? Rolling man. Like, how are you supposed to know what order of events these are, for example, if you never played the first one? I don't know, but apparently the game makes that assumption. So, and then this is at the end, so I guess I can put this at the end preemptively. Stones, big city, the first shift. The Rolling Man, yeah, that's after she goes to Arcadia. Crow is, I think, before that? I don't know, it might not have been. I don't remember when the White Dragon Reborn was, though. I think it's after all this, though. I'm going to make that assumption right now, because I wouldn't know where to place it. Okay, let's try the Rolling Man, then Crow. An Ancient Evil in Stones, because a meeting with the Blue Dragon happened after the Gribbler scene.
I think that's right.
Okay, apparently I didn't get that right. Apparently she did meet Crow before meeting Brian. And oh hey. Since you somehow managed to get all of that right, despite how much we've been keeping from you, be rewarded with this. And also a loading screen. I wonder how much time you have to wait between traveling one world and another in universe is comparable to the loading screens in this. Can I remind you too that was just the introductory part. The rest of the book has yet to happen. Realms. why apparently some characters just can't stay away from certain places.
Oh, I'm cold. And hungry. And bored. And my butt's hurting. And I'm also thirsty. But hey, I'm not complaining. This is fun. I like staring at buildings all night, every night, until my eyes start bleeding. Do you think Naane's been acting weird? I mean, she's always been a bit weird, but after she came back from Myria... Actually, since you arrived. Why is that? Have you noticed anything... weird?
Enu, please pay attention.
Oh, what's there to pay attention to?
I don't know what that choice was, but alright.
Now, nothing is going on in there. I almost wish Liko was here instead of me. But any chance he has to avoid going on a mission with you, he'll take. I can't believe he's still upset you didn't kill that officer. I mean, we've gotten good information.
I guess that's why.
Liko's just being a real poophead.
He's upset about losing Old Town.
Yeah, but what could we do? I mean, he decided he couldn't trust your information. That's not your fault. So, what else is going on with you? Hey, what happened with that woman, Anna? Didn't you and her have a...
Nothing happened. And I shouldn't have told you anything.
You can trust me. I tell no secrets. Except to all my girlfriends, of course, when we get together over wine and... I'm kidding. I have no friends, you know that. Aside from you guys. You guys are my best friends, and that's really sad. I'm depressed now. But she's pretty. Anna, I mean. Beautiful hair, striking freckles, nice scowl. She'd make a fine, companion.
Plenty they met.
Oh. Okay, so, is there anyone at all that you're...
Enu, I'm not interested in women.
Oh boy.
You're not interested in... Sure! Oh, I knew that. Of course, that's fine. Perfectly fine. So who do you...
Look, something's happening.
Oh, yes, someone's leaving the house. Call in reinforcements. People leave that house every day, Kian. They arrive in the morning and leave at night. Almost like it's a real business of some sort.
Doesn't look like a real business to me.
You're too suspicious. Must be all that hanging around Azadi.
What are you guys up to?
Bip! What in Shadow's name are you doing here?
Nothing. Oh, right. I have a message. It's from Ulvik. He says, come to the bar immediately. There's been developments. I don't know what developments is, but Ulvik's face was frowny, so it's probably important.
It always is. Good job, Bip. Let's not keep Ulvik waiting.
I'll go first. We won't attract as much attention if we arrive separately.
So what new developments are there in Mercuria tonight? Good restaurant kitten. So where were we? I guess up there. Which is at the end of this little out of the way alley type area. Which leads into the green area right in the middle of this whole neighborhood. So there's been something important and unexpected. And it's happening right inside here. Actually, one moment. Oh. Ugh.
You see that gentleman sitting over there? Don't look, you simpletons. Balance. You lot don't know much about subterfuge, do you?
That man's an Azadi mechanic. He drinks here most nights, but I didn't know that part until I overheard him speaking to his friend earlier about the pipes. Seems that with the pipe network up and running, there's a lot of tinkering to be done. Our man over there carries a tool to open maintenance hatches.
If we can get inside a hatch...
We can maybe figure out what they're using the pipes for. That's brilliant, Ulvik.
So we slit his throat and dump him in the bay.
Not in my bar, you won't.
If they find out we've taken his tools, the information could turn out to be useless. No. We need
Borrow
to...
his tools, open one of those pipes to have a look-see, and put the tools back before he notices. And that was probably what you were going to say when I interrupted you. Sorry.
If you can do it without him noticing, I won't stop you. But if the Azadi ever suspect that I'm collaborating with the Resistance...
That will not happen, Ulvik.
So what do we do, Kian?
Take charge of the first Ulvik. Well... Oh, wait, I need to prefix this. No, not that. It is. Window, please. Okay.
The others look to me for leadership now. It's important that I take charge and make the decisions. Ulvik brought this to our attention. It's only fair that I include him in the decision.
Yeah, I think that is fair. Also, why did it reset to keyboard controls? Didn't touch anything. Well.
What do you think, Ulvik?
Me? Well, I think you three are resourceful in different ways. Instead of bickering about what to do, which is what usually happens, why not split up? There's every chance that one of you will come up with something that doesn't involve murder, the total destruction of my pub, or blowing my cover.
I agree.
We can't take too long. That man won't stay here forever.
He's on his second drink. He usually doesn't leave until he's had at least 3. And I can offer a few on the house to make him stay longer.
It's decided then. We'll meet again here later this evening.
Winner buys a round for everyone. No? No? It's not very motivating? Okay.
Shall not be loser. Oh well, I guess you can't really have a loser in this. Which I think that means if anything she'll turn it around, or she should have, but I guess that's part of her character. So, need to incapacitate the pipe maintenance worker. We could also look at the black cock on the wall here.
Ulvik told me once of the legend of the onyx cockerel, high king of all cocks. This proud fowl came to the aid of its owner when he was set upon by rabid man-eating owls. Unfortunately, the poor cockadoodle was torn to shreds. Owls. Light. Sharks of the skies. Their thirst for human blood is legendary.
The first of owls for human blood? Okay. Takes all sorts.
You wouldn't believe the amount of work that's required to keep the network running smoothly.
Oh.
Oh, the engineering's good, but the assembly... Don't put military men on a civilian job, is all I'm saying. This requires fine skill, not brute force. See, if the connection between the pipes are off by even a hair's breadth, the orbs can start rattling around and get stuck. If that happens, Shadow, let's just say the tower would be severely displeased. The official opening's in a week, and they want the ceremony to go as smoothly as possible. The emissary would not take kindly to being embarrassed in front of the first. So that leaves me and the workbox.
So that's a box. Right behind him there.
He's a mechanic, working on the pipe network. And he has a workbox with tools.
Is he gonna notice if we get close? Well, I would imagine he does, but...
A workbox. That's probably where a mechanic would keep his tools. I'll just grab it and run, and keep running until the city and all of this is behind me?
Yeah, I guess that won't work. He's not quite to the point where nobody would notice yet. What else can we do with him? We can try to clock him.
Could knock him over the head with the butt of my blade, but I don't think Ulvik would approve.
Oh, they choose to defer to him, so...
Da?
Lyle, what do you want? Oh, I thought you were one of them. You know, the magicals. Goddess knows why there's still magicals in the city. I thought they'd been deported. All of them. Never mind. Take a seat, man, and I'll buy you a drink. Where you from? You sound Azad.
My apologies, I need to be elsewhere.
Oh. Right. Next time.
Well, apparently the inconspicuousness potion thing worked well enough that I didn't recognize him, but oh boy. We're getting the lag rates up in here.
Those tubes will make our lives better.
Really?
So we need to find some way to get that tool from him without him noticing. Old Victy ever thirsty.
Have you found anything yet?
I'm working on it.
I'll drink to
Enu
that.
and Nico are still out looking. And you're not. You should get to it.
Right, so I guess we need to go out looking for some other solution to this little situation of ours, so... Well, if he was faced with a series of loading screens, then who knows... That might have an effect on his ability to retain consciousness. But unfortunately, let's... that's an option that's open to us. Even though it is something that we ourselves are subjected to time and again. Alright, so we need to go figure something out to get that guy in the position we want. I think this is where we need to harken back to a bit of background text we saw before. Or heard before. Got goats here.
Goat eats leaves. Goat falls asleep. Interesting. Wait,
these things.
I remember someone talking about this a while back. The mole, was it?
Yep, the mole it was, I believe.
They can't be wild goats, not in the middle of Mercuria. But who owns them? The city? Maybe this is how they keep the grass in the green trimmed.
By keeping goats here, clearly the best way to do it. Well, there's the leaf. It's apparently
herb the mole spoke of.
Evensong.
This must be it. It's an opiate. Consume enough and you fall asleep.
Not quite the same as poppy stem, but apparently it's enough that it can make somebody fall asleep if consumed in too great quantities. What else we try to collect?
With why you rejected me? Goats? Honestly?
What do you mean by goats and honestly? I don't understand your words, woman.
Hey, I'm not judging anyone. I'm just surprised is all.
Where have you been this past month?
Away. Far away. Travelling, so, This goat, what's going on here?
It's rebel business.
Clearly. How's that working out for you? Are you one of them now?
I'm atoning for my sins.
Right. But you are enjoying it.
I don't enjoy fighting my own people.
Well, you seem to be good at it. Word is the Resistance is gaining support, that people have hope now that you're there.
I'm doing what I can to help.
I heard you went soft on our vile little Azadi officer. If I'd known, I would have taken care of him myself. Not killing him makes some sense, a source in the tower and all, but for going torture, that's just a missed opportunity. The thing about torture is that it's a seal of authenticity. It makes every piece of information more reliable. I understand your friends didn't take the officer's word for it. Well, even if you didn't pull out of Old Town, at least the Resistance put up a decent fight before. The important thing is, many Azadi died that night. Chalice half full and all that.
Why, that could have been different.
Nothing. Nothing. I saw you. It's been a while. I wanted to say hello. Oh, I've missed this. The one-sided conversations, the sullenness and suspicion. I've come to enjoy it quite a bit. Anyway, goats?
We have a lead on the pipes.
Oh, that explains everything. I'll leave you to it then. I'm going to the Rooster later tonight. I need to speak with Ulvik. Maybe I'll see you there.
Maybe.
This is what I love about you, Keon. You're such a people person.
I like the way Keon does things in this situation. I think it's quite understandable, to say the least. So I guess we needed to have that scene after gathering this soporific. And now we'll bring it back and I guess contrive some kind of way to feed it to the guy. Which is probably gonna be quite expedited by the fact that, you know, the guy who's serving everything there is on our side.
This is Evensong. It works on goats.
Well, then it should work on the Azadi too, eh?
Got your tray with a single mug on it. Couldn't just have that in your hand. Oh boy. Frame rate, please. There's enough teleportation in this universe without your help.
One more ale on the house, star.
Really don't know what causes that. Oh.
What a lovely head. This one smells different. Malty, sweet. It's almost like the sugar ale from Southern as a Day. Now, this is a Brewovic. It tastes like home, this does. It brings tears to my eyes. It is simply
Oh, thank goodness he's not there to hear what the guy said, but Ignat's worker is asleep, so let's quickly ransack this workbox and get the pipe tool. And the maintenance map, I guess. Convenient that we had both of these things. Hey, guess what I found?
Out there. If he wakes up without his tools, there'll be questions and I won't have any good answers.
Yeah, that's a thing to be conscious of during this part, for sure. Oh boy, please let me out. Don't like warping around like so. Back out into the world we go eventually. Quiet world. Because I don't think we ever see this hub, this city hub area at any other time than during the night. Because I guess there's no need to. So let's take a look at this maintenance map. We got City Green with, what does that say? Petrified Tree, Magic Ghetto. Great Harbor, pipes and access points. So there's one near the City Green, in the very alley that we came from pretty much, and there's another one right across from it, it looks like. Somewhere around here to the right, by the looks of things, yeah. An access point here.
That's one of the maintenance hatches from the mechanic's map. It won't budge. It needs a special tool to open.
So let's use the thing that we lifted off the guy. And see what's in there.
Looks empty. There's a strong current of air flowing through it. There's air flowing from right to left, like a tempest in a tube.
There's air flowing through the pipe like a tempest, apparently. But surely they don't need ventilation in this context, this whole setting, so... So let's try the same thing on the panel over here. Oh, there's something there though.
There's a powerful wind blowing from right to left, and it carries something with it. Too quick to see, too fast to grab.
Is it too quick to see? Well, only...
I'll lose my fingers if I try and grab it. It's solid, and it's swift. There's a powerful wind blowing from right to left. And
it pass? Okay, there it goes. It will, in fact, keep going, even if there's text kind of blocking it a little bit, but there's something there that's passing through through the pipe, presumably carried by the current affair, so to find some way of
hay to represent the harvest festival, the reaping.
Figuring out what that is, I think. Investigate the object passing through the pipes. I think that's an Elguan.
A pumpkin. An odd vegetable, native to the Northlands. We have nothing like it in Azadir.
So what could we use for this purpose? Actually, I'm not quite sure.
Part of the harvest festival tradition.
Wreaths. Well, there's quite a bit of paraphernalia just scattered around this part that wasn't really here before.
They're building bonfires for Reap Moon's Eve next week.
Reap Moon's Eve? What is this, like a wicker man, but it's made of hay?
I've never experienced these festivities myself, but I hear you're supposed to throw an offering on the fire to appease some sort of pagan god, the Wicker Witch.
Oh, there you go. And maybe someday Christopher Lee will...
It's surprisingly quiet out. Usually these tables are busy until late at night. Granted, it is chilly and damp. Everyone's probably inside, carousing.
Well, what can we use to help ourselves? Can we note the leftover food on this table and the rats?
There's food left on the table.
Well, we can say that there's food, but apparently it's enough to... No, we can't examine the rats yet. For us to be willing to examine specifically what food there are.
It'd be easier to walk around unnoticed if there were more people about. But I do get to operate in peace.
So we need to find some kind of way to... intercept that object that's passing through the pipes. In the open pipe. There. Oh, hey, Red Bear. Yeah, it's been pretty quiet. Might... I think I'm pretty much gonna keep going until I solve this section and then probably stop for now. And since I'm actually not falling asleep for once, you know, at a more natural hour, I might have a movie later on or something. I guess we can't go back to the dock area right now.
Since the raid on Old Town, they've sectioned off more of the city at night. You can pass, but you need to answer questions.
Well, perhaps if we go in the other direction. Since I guess it's one of those parts where you just need to keep looking around and find all the resources at your disposal, kind of like with the blow up the weapons puzzle. You're never gonna solve it if you don't examine everything around that area, pretty much. So let's have a throwback to doing that and see exactly what we got here this time.
A crate full of angled pipe sections. Elbows, if I'm not mistaken.
Why, some pipe dream? It's an elbow for piping and also straight pipes. But these apparently we can't interact with. but at least we can.
Pipe sections. Surplus or spare parts, I imagine.
So let's get one of each and quickly head back to where we were before. Since now that we have these new resources, we might be able to do something about the thing in the pipe. Well, presumably it's several things that are circulating through the pipe. But apparently they come at such a regular pattern that we assume they're just gonna keep appearing. So let's quickly jab in our angled pipe and... Okay, that went better than expected, I suppose. It's a metal orb.
A metal ball? That's what's flying through these pipes?
Apparently. So there we go.
I should investigate where this pipe leads, hopefully to some answers.
Yes, we should, but before I do that, or before we do that, I think we ought to...
Air's blowing out of the tube. This was a good idea.
Well, we can recover our angled pipe. I don't know if we're gonna need it for anything else. But before we go any further, since we've already contrived to investigate where the pipe leads, because I guess that just wasn't something that we could have done before we decided to steal a maintenance tool. I think now would be a good time to return to the tavern here. And see if we can return the tool to the toolbox of the sleeping guy. So that we don't get the tavern keeper into trouble later. Which can definitely happen, I know from experience. Actually, kind of need to be mindful of this to actually be able to do this the correct way. There you go. There's your tool, there's your maintenance map, and everything is back in its place, and it's like I was never here.
Hey. Hey!
Oh boy, we can try to wake him up, but it doesn't do anything.
He's dead to the world, knocked out by Evensong.
But here we are absolved of having tampered with that.
He's out like an Irradian soldier on Rose Eve. You can grab his toolbox now, but be subtle about it. The room has eyes.
I think that's how that saying goes, but alright. It's also, wow, this room really must have too many polygons to even consider not doing that. Well, of course, the price of going on a little excursion to cover our tracks is that we have to go through this again. Might need to get a little elevator music type stuff for this in the future. Because goddamn, I had never noticed how long those loading screens usually went on for before tonight. So now that we've cleaned up after ourselves, let's follow the pipe. It goes from back there. Goes along this wall. It goes up and across the street, somehow supported by that. It's little raised hoops, I suppose. And apparently it all leads into that house.
Find a way into that building tonight.
It's kind of where the pipes converge. But we need to find a way inside, so... What are these guards up to?
They're having a conversation. I might
There's
be able to
official
listen in.
Azadi business going on here. You'll want to turn around and walk away.
Okay, I see. So we're teleported to the other side, and now...
Were you here when we had that horrible mess the other day?
I don't think so.
Or one of them, what are they called? Them ground crawlers.
Rats?
That's it, rats. One of them rats got into the pipes. Whoop! Got sucked right into the engine.
Whoa. That doesn't sound good.
Light, what a bloody mess. Literally. Guts, bones, hair, blood everywhere. Had to shut things down. And it was us who had to clean it. Engineers wouldn't touch it, said their hands are too valuable. I guess ours aren't.
It's a soldier's lot, isn't it? We do the grunt work. That's how it goes.
Well, I guess they think cleaning out rat guts is more important than us keeping watch and protecting them engineers in there.
Guess so.
So apparently there was an incident with a rat getting into the pipe and that being a hold up. So hang on a minute, we no longer have the even song in our inventory. Can we actually get some more right now, because we might need more? Yeah, okay. Grab a bit more of that and make our way back here to the table with the leftover food. Which... oh, wait. It's apparently Bib's here too, just...
meet again, Azadi. Prepare your blade for battle.
Goddess, it's late, boy. You should be in bed.
So should you. What you doing now? Chasing rats?
Well, I guess.
Be talking to the boy, and he really shouldn't be out. The streets aren't safe for magicals. The boy appears genuinely interested. I've been told this is rare in children. Perhaps I shouldn't discourage him.
No, I don't think he needs to know too much about stuff that's going on right now. Things are getting a bit more real, and he can't really help directly, so...
Too busy to be grown-up business. Go on home.
It's a free city. I can be wherever I want.
I don't think the guards will agree with that.
Still, not moving.
I see. Well, I guess you had to watch this then.
There's food left on the table.
There's yams and...
yams. A few weeks
cheese and meats.
Now I can't get enough. I'm a budding yam aficionado.
And over there, there's a bunch of crawling rats.
Ground crawlers. Filthy rodents.
And of course we can't just grab one of the rats.
They're too quick.
You're not very good at catching rats, are you?
Apparently, so maybe if we...
It's a leftover cheese and meats plate. I've dined here. The food's good. I would never have left any bits uneaten.
Grab some of this, some cheesy bits. Maybe some yams too. Cheesy bits and yam. Well, can we eat the yam ourselves?
These delicious things must hail from the western slopes of the First Mountain. Who knew a thing that grows in the earth could taste so heavenly?
Apparently not. Well,
I recognize this cheese. It's made from pungent Elgwyn milk, fermented in wooden vats in the salt caves by the sea.
Okay. Well, what if we mix up the even song with... apparently we can only do this with the cheesy things, because mice, cheese, rats, clearly the same deal, so...
Here's some particularly potent cheese. Filthy shadow spawn. Eat it. Eat it all. They won't come close as long as I'm standing here.
Well, then let's excuse ourselves, and, well, the cheese is gone. So now... one of them seems to have stopped.
I don't know. And I don't care. It's a rat, and it's not moving. A comatose ground crawler. Just what I need.
Well, it won't make a difference in just a little bit. Got a rat in our hands now, and...
I really didn't think you would. I'm impressed. Well, that was fun. What's next?
Next, you go home and stop distracting me, or I'll tell the other street urchins you have fleas.
I have no home. You know that. I sleep in the cellar of the Rooster and Kitten.
Good. It's the safest place around. So go back to your cellar and keep your head down. If I see you again tonight...
Please, got it. I'm sleepy anyways. That's why I'm going back. Not because you're telling me to.
And don't throw pebbles at Azadi soldiers.
Well, after resetting the world, he's gone now. But he got to see us doing that, so I guess that's gonna have to be good enough. So let's quickly pay a service to this whole thing and put the rat in the access panel.
What was that sound? It was a squishy sound, sort of like...
Oh boy.
You've got to be kidding me.
History repeats itself.
Shut a damn ground crawlers. I guess it's on us to clean up the mess.
That bloody engineer in there's not going to do it, so yeah, it's on us.
Right. Well, let's get to it. No time like the present.
So there's an engineer in that building. And now that they're not watching the entrance anymore. And just scuttle on through and without any trouble at all. Apparently the door's not even locked. Even though, you know, most doors that look out directly to a public street, you know, generally, it's a good idea to have a lock for that at least. But apparently that doesn't apply in this case. So what do we got in here? To investigate the building to learn more about the pipes. Well, we can look at this large orb here.
It's a massive chamber of some sort. It sounds hollow. It's rumbling and there's steam coming out of it.
There's somebody down there too.
He's one of the people who work here. I've noticed others like him entering and exiting. They're odd looking. The numbers are flickering. It looks like sorcery. But I'm sure this is science.
Well, you know what they say about science and advancements and sorcery and what have you.
I don't know what these are, but they put me in mind of a lady's vanity, except with knobs. Lots and lots of knobs.
Can we knob the knobs?
I wonder what'll happen when I push one of these knobs. Oh, I wonder what'll happen when I push
Wait,
one
what?
of these knobs. Oh, that's ominous.
It doesn't really do anything though. Wonder what that's supposed to be. So there's not much else to do here except step forth.
There's mathematics on that board. I've learned the fundamentals of addition, subtraction, and multiplication. But the numbers on that board are like Christerian runes to me. Completely meaningless and somewhat disturbing.
So does this world know the wonders of integral and differential calculus? Who knows? Do they need to learn the exact measurements of a curve?
More of the metal machines that have been put up all over town. But these look different. Bigger, shinier, more modern.
Well...
You're not supposed to be here. This place is for engineers only. Please leave or I'll be forced to call the guards. I have a very loud voice when I'm scared.
One sound, and you'll be standing on the slopes of the first mountain, yelling at clouds.
Goddess. No problem. I'll be quiet as a... You're from Azadir. I've seen your profile in embroideries. I never forget a nose. You're the Apostle. Apostle Elvane. You're famous.
Maybe once. Now I'm just Kian. Your turn.
My turn what?
Your name. Who are you?
Firdaus. I'm Firdaus. lead engineer.
I don't know what that means. What do you do?
Don't you know? I thought you would have known. You know, from back when you were... I'm in charge of the team that encodes the spheres that make the engine tick.
What engine?
The engine that... you know, the engine. There's only one engine. The one that encompasses the entire city. It's what all the pipes are connected to. Didn't they tell you anything when you were... you know, before you were a traitor?
Assume that I know nothing. What is this engine for?
The engine calculates. That's why they call it the calculating engine. Big numbers, complex equations. My team, we give the engine instructions about how and what to calculate. This is called coding.
I understood none of that.
You can't be here. You're a fugitive, and this is a restricted zone. That's like 2 things that mean you shouldn't be here, and I could probably think of more if you need me to.
I have a sword, and I'm bigger than you.
Those are 2 things that count in your favor, granted.
So what does this calculating engine do? What's its purpose?
I'm really not supposed to. Right. Bigger and sword. As I said, it calculates. I mean, it does more than that, but that's what it was built to do. Its core functionality. It adds, subtracts, multiplies numbers. Big numbers. And it does things with those numbers. Like, have you ever watched the stars in the sky at night?
I'm not just a man with a sword.
Of course. And you've seen how those stars move across the sky. Using a calculating engine, we can actually track those stars and predict where they're going to be in a year from now, or a century, or where they were a century ago.
Why are you tracking stars?
Well, we're not. I mean, it's just an example. We're not actually tracking stars. I mean, sure, we could if we wanted to, but... we're tracking dreams.
Dreams?
Dreams are very complex, which is why we need a big engine with lots of ticking parts to make complex calculations and predictions.
Right, so the part about not just being a man with a sword, assume that's all I am and start over.
Yes, fine. Those pipes crisscrossing the city, they're sort of like speaking tubes, connecting 100 sage masters, each with his or her own field of specialty.
So, it's like a university?
Well, I guess. Yes. Yes, this is a good comparison. A whole city filled with clever brains. The spheres pass messages between the different masters, and between them and us. We write messages, and we interpret messages. We tell the individual brains what to think about, and then they do the thinking, and report back to us. This allows us to write ever more complex messages, until finally we have the code we need, the ultimate message. That one we send to the tower.
Why?
Because that's where the biggest brain of them all is located. This is the hub of the pipe network, the engine's core, its heart, the nucleus of the meta... Well, you understand. The fact is, this is the most advanced and scientific task anyone's ever taken on, and we're doing it. You should be proud.
Why are you doing it?
Well, I don't quite know. Because we can? Because no one else can? Because the Prophet told us to, and gave us the tools to do it.
So, you don't know what it's for?
I write the instructions. I'm the man in the middle. Someone tells me what they need, and I tell the engine how to compute the answer. This is my job.
Who knows what the engine is for?
The Six, probably. The Prophet, certainly. Emissary Saya, I would imagine. This is above my pay grade.
Above your...
I was hired to write instructions for the engine and compute the spheres. not to ask questions. And not to answer yours either, Mir. You really should go before someone comes. We'll both be in terrible trouble. They usually check on me all the time. I wonder why they haven't.
I still don't understand. Why build all of this here in Mercuria? Why not in Sadir?
Because of the tower and what's below it. Vast eddies of, meta-energies.
Do you mean magic?
Magic? Magic? Of course not magic. This engine is the opposite of magic. It's the culmination of everything Azadir has strived for these last 100 years. An end to chaos and uncertainty. An end to superstition and irrationality. An end to magic. When the engine's fully operative and the programming complete, we won't need sorcerers or witchcraft anymore. We'll be able to do anything we want. With science. Reshape reality. Rewrite the laws of the cosmos. Remove death and disease, poverty, and warfare. The world will be run by scientists for the betterment of humanity.
What do dreams have to do with it?
The engine feeds on the building blocks of reality. Ideas, stories, dreams. Magic is highly detrimental to the system. See, sorcery causes chaos, injects uncertainties and fallacies into our calculations.
So, is that why magicals
are being relocated? We can't have them around while the engine's calculating. But as soon as we're done...
You believe they're being relocated?
Oh, yes. Yes, of course. I mean, it's what they told us. Why would they lie? It's simple. The engine isn't compatible with magic, and we don't want anyone getting hurt. There's no room for sorcery in Mercuria. The magicals are better off in their new homelands.
They're being sent to prison camps.
Re-education camps. This is true, yes, but only temporarily. This is their first stop. Afterwards, they're given passage to their new homelands, where they can...
Do you really believe that? What would the magicals be re-educated to do? Forget that they're magicals? No, Firdaus. That's not the truth. They're imprisoned. Killed. They're not given a new home.
But they told us. They said they were... They promised they'd be safe and happy and... light protect them.
So this is why we're sending all the magicals away from Mercuria? Because of the engine?
Yes. Yes. That's why. I didn't know. I didn't know. There are children.
There are.
They lied to us.
Do you need to remove all magicals before starting up this calculating engine?
It's already running. I'm not... As long as the thaumaturgical interference is below the acceptable threshold for...
Pretend that I'm a very small and possibly very stupid child.
Oh. No. No, they don't need to get rid of all of the magicals. Just enough not to disrupt our calculations. We'll be done instructing the network in a couple of days. After that, they can pull the lever whenever they want. That's the last component of the engine. The tower. The one that will start feeding on and molding the dreams. Changing the world for the better. Yeah. I believe the official ceremony is a few days from now. The emissary will be there, together with the First and the Prophet, and please don't kill me.
I'm not going to kill you. But what you're doing here is not the will of the goddess, Firdaus. Something is going on. Someone's...
Kian. I had a feeling it was you.
Mia? Goddess, what are you doing here, Hami?
Tell man.
Where are your men?
Right outside. They can be here in seconds. You, engineer, what's your name?
I threatened him. He played no part in this.
Firdaus. I'm Firdaus. You lied.
I beg your pardon?
You promised they'd be safe.
I've no idea what you're talking about.
Go, Firdaus. This is not about you. Just remember what I told you. You're not doing the work of the goddess here.
Old Town was a distraction. Vamon meant it to be a struggle, for my men to die. He wanted to take my mind off the investigation. Commander Vamon and the emissary have been lying to me about your death. Why is that?
Because I'm a danger to them. And it's not the only thing they've lied to you about. This engine.
You betrayed us. You joined the enemy.
To stop Saya and Vamon, not to fight our people. Not to fight you.
Sister Saya is the emissary. Commander Vamon is your superior officer. They are your people.
They are traitors, Mir. They have betrayed our nation, our faith, and...
You should have come to me first, Apostle. You should have come to me. Instead, you've shamed me. You've shamed Mother Utana, the Six, the Goddess, your nation. When I received word someone had been spotted entering this house, I had a feeling it was you. I entered alone for 2 reasons. One, as a courtesy to the Mother. It would break her heart again to hear that you perished in dishonor, fighting my guard. And 2, you're living proof that Vamon has lied to me. I cannot reveal my hand to Vamon, but I also cannot let you go. You'll surrender to me now, without struggle, and you'll be brought to Sadir tonight, in secret. The courts will decide your fate. For the time being, while I sort out this mess, you'll be locked away under a false name. No one will know you're alive. When I'm ready to confront the commander and the emissary with their lies, I will reveal the truth about your survival, and you will cooperate every step of the way.
Ask Saya and Vamon about the camps, and what they're doing to...
You lied. You lied to us. You told us they would not be harmed. You told us they'd be safe. There were children!
Get off, you idiot!
Go! Go, Kian! Make them pay for this!
Stop that! Get off me! I'll have you beheaded for this.
Shadow, damn you, man! Leave this place, now!
It really seems like it should be simpler to resolve that, but... But oh boy. That was almost a Metal Gear Solid tier length cutscene. But if I'm not mistaken, that might also mark the end of this. This Arcadia section. Send us back to the other side? No, gotta go through this first, see what's going on with these people, I guess. Well, there's one character that's been teased for a while yet that hasn't actually
General, he asks to speak with you.
Been reintroduced quite yet.
Hami, is anything the matter?
It's Kian. He's alive.
Oh, Goddess be praised. How do you know this?
He broke into the engine room down on City Green.
Light. What was he doing there?
Speaking with one of the engineers, Fadaus, a young man from the southern provinces. Kian said... Oh, well, it's of no consequence. He's a traitor. He's joined the resistance.
But...
It is as I suspected. We have been lied to by Vamon and the emissary.
For what reason?
That I don't know. Yet. And until we do, we cannot confront the Mother.
I agree. We don't know how firm their grip is on the tower. If they know that we know... What about Kian? Was he... How did he look to you?
He looked strong. Different, but strong.
He must have his reasons for doing what he's doing, Hami. Kian would never betray Azadir, or his faith.
Perhaps, but that's what he's doing. I gave him the honorable choice to turn himself in and face righteous judgment. But he fled, like a coward, when the engineer attacked me.
Attacked?
I don't blame the man. Kian poisoned his mind with baseless lies. My men detained him, and I placed him somewhere safe, somewhere he can't tell anyone what he saw and heard. Out of Vamon's reach. We need to keep this between us, or we run the risk of alerting the commander and emissary Saya. Much as I'd like to hunt down Kian myself and put him to the sword, We must be patient.
Let's trust the goddess Hami to illuminate our path and bring us to the truth.
I certainly hope she will.
Alright then. I really don't know if you need that that much scripting for the sake of exposition during these meanwhile cutscenes, but let's speak with I guess we better do this now. If I stop now, this is gonna be like out of nowhere if I restart later. Bib's been taken.
Are you sure it's Bib?
I kinda saw that.
I knew this would happen. We have no time to spare. We must get to him before...
The cloud ship just unmoored and is already heading for Gien. It's too late.
Then we must follow.
And abandon your mission here? For one child's life?
Gien.
Is it because he's a magical that he's not worth the trouble?
You're such an angry, angry man. Do you really want Kian to leave Mercuria and risk his life to save one boy? I thought so.
This is what happens when we let Azadi criminals live.
Stop it! That's not what happened, and you know it. They're sending all the magicals away.
I know why, and I know what the pipes are for.
What?
Really?
Are you serious?
I'll explain later. Right now, we need to rescue the boy.
I couldn't care less what you do with your life, Kian. But if you die, the Resistance suffers.
And if I don't go after him, Bib suffers.
Can we really afford to lose more people? We've lost so many already. And Ane has her hands full with those who've been injured. Soon, there won't be enough of us left to fight.
I need to think about this. I can't just abandon the boy, but... we can't stay here. The Azadi are hunting me. The General knows I'm alive.
Honey, how did that happen? Did you approach him? Are you trying to curry favors with your former masters?
Curry favors? How would I even... I'm not trying to curry any favors with...
Stop it, both of you! You're really annoying. And loud. Let's get out of here before Ulvik gets in trouble for harboring a fugitive. Shepard will want to have a say in the discussion.
This isn't over, Kian.
Oh, hush.
I don't think any part of that could have been, like, modified by any minor or otherwise choice that we made, so I guess he's gonna try to rescue the kid next. So what scene, you know, the interactivity in that's just walking forward a bit. What scene will succeed that? We're gonna be sent back to the other world now, yeah. I think we are. Which means once I have the chance to, I don't know if it'll let me during a cutscene, like if I okay, it does let me do that, good. Save and quit here. Quit out to the desktop since... Okay, there it goes. Since I've been going on for a bit longer than I thought I would, or... well, not really thought I would, but... that whole section with those cutscenes went on for quite a bit more than I normally have projected, so I'll go ahead and leave things off here for now. And well, even though I'm not quite as sleepy yet as I have been in a couple of recent other instances, I think this will be a good time to end things off for now. Since I would say maybe we could set up a movie or something, but I don't really have anything prepared, so... And I kinda wanna grab some extra late night dinner right now anyway, so... So yeah, I think this would be a good spot to end things off for now, so... I could return to this, none of that, this song that I have, or idle purposes that I forgot I had, but I found it again in one of my old audio folders. little while ago. Also, I probably should have raised the volume a little bit higher, but oh well. Like on the stereo mix. So I will be returning tomorrow with the continuation of this daring storyline. It somehow concerns both this strange and turbid cyberpunk world and this strangely high fantasy slash, well, it's more low fantasy really, fantasy world. I don't think in the course of the game it's been made terribly clear how intertwined they are, even though that was kind of established previously in both of the previous games, but it hasn't really come up in this one yet. But hey, we'll get to it. I think they pretty much saved that part almost exclusively for the end, from what I recall. But we'll get there with a lot more continuity notes that I don't know if anyone else is gonna get, because these games, man. So, I will be seeing you tomorrow with more of this, I suppose. I just need to find this file. Okay, that's somehow even louder than the piano improv file that I took of that thing. Who knows how long ago. There we go. Which is kind of weird, because that was originally a MIDI, and generally MIDIs are much louder than MP3s on most accounts, but hey, I don't know how things work. But hey, it's always good to have this on hand to, I guess, have the same sort of atmosphere whenever I bring this up. So yeah, I hope you'll have a good night, and I will be seeing you again later. I think I might give someone a host.